Alright, let's share. Just to make sure my audio is alright, fiddle with it a bit. I was trying to have a fiddle with something the other just beforehand as well. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. Let's see how it sounds. Sounds okay. What I might actually do... drop down the BGM a little bit. Maybe about one should do. Alright, lewd. Sorry about that. Chapter 3, School Life, Deadly Life, yes. We will get through all of this bit today. The reason we didn't last time is because, like I said, I was informed this chapter's pretty long. Of course, I have no cough at all day until I start streaming, and then my body's like, huh, what? Trying to stream? Better shut down now. Ifumi's body discovered in the nurse's office. Hang on, I should put a notification for this. Taka's body discovered in the equipment room. I was witness to 2 nightmares, one right after another. There we go. No, they weren't nightmares. This is harsh reality. The true nightmare is this reality. Oh, that's a... I don't like the punctuation there. The true nightmare is this reality. The reality I have to face every day. But still. Blah. Fun cough. Why is this happening? Alright. So far, as of what happened last time, my immediate suspicion is going towards, I'm just gonna bring up their names, because it's on the tip of my tongue. There he is. Hero, that's right. I was trying to remember the nickname for him. Yeah, Yasuhiro. He wasn't around, and the robot was pretty big, whoever was wearing it, and he's quite a tall person. And judging by that, my only other suspicion would be on Sakura. But she has an alibi, as she was with Aoi and myself. And in Byakuya, I think it's too small for it. Also, I don't think he's going to do any of these murders. He's going to fuck around with them and probably set the scene for it all, but I don't think he's actually going to do it. I don't think it's... I don't think he is. Alright, let's go speak to everyone. You have nothing to say? Well, you're helpful. Oh gee, you're both really, really great witnesses. Another hammer. Now it's Justice Hammer 4, and it's even bigger than before! Is that suspicious individual responsible for killing Taka too? One would assume. Alright. Taka. The floor is covered in Taka's drying blood. And we got Toko. Toko! Don't tell me. Toko too? No, she probably just passed out from the sight of blood. Yep. Relax, she just passed out when she saw the blood. The blood? Oh, that's right. When Toko is, Toko, she has a fear of blood, huh? You've tried everything to get her to wake up, but no luck. Just leave her be for now. I think I got a way to get her up. Hey, Toko. Miyaki is shirtless. That'll wake her up. It's like you said, I should just leave her alone for now.
However...
But why is it Justice Hammer 4? What do you mean? Celeste was attacked with Justice Hammer 1, then Hifumi was hit with Justice Hammer 2. But this time it was Justice Hammer 4. What happened to number 3? Didn't we find a number 3? I thought we did. Ah.
What?
What's the matter? Well, when you mentioned Justice Hammer 3, you just reminded me.
What?
Out with it, do you know something? Actually, Taka's not the only one that's been killed. Hifumi's dead too. That's right, Hifumi was killed with 3. He was hit with 2, survived, and then killed with 3.
Hey!
Hifumi's been killed? Yeah.
I see.
Which is why you came to get us. Then we'd better go check it out. Of course! Come on! So Sakura, Byakuya, and I rushed out of the physics lab. What's Byakuya? Yeah, that's right, Byakuya is a character from Bleach. But as soon as we were out of the physics labs, which that 1000-year Blood War arc's finally getting animated, and you know what? Everyone's so excited for it, I can't wait for them to see it and be disappointed because it's not good. I mean, at least when I read it, it was not... It was pretty... Bleach is one of those series, when I started reading it, I had heard people mention the whole thing where as it went on, the story got worse, but the art got better. And I was like, I'll see for myself, and I agree with that 100%. The story really got worse. By the end of it, it wasn't good. But the art was, the art was definitely improved, but I liked the art at the start. I like the story at the start as well. It has the problem that a lot of series end up in, which it starts with people fighting monsters and ends with people fighting humans that are not human but look like human. I can name many series for that if I wanted to, but I can't be honest. Soon we're out of the physics lab. Ah! Celeste, aren't you supposed to be waiting in the nurse's office? Something has come up. Yeah, I heard. Hifumi is dead, right?
Indeed.
Well, that is not all. It is gone. Huh? What's gone? It has disappeared. Disappeared? Hifumi's body has disappeared. What?
What did you say?
What are you talking about? It's disappeared? Don't be ridiculous.
Come on.
Are you serious?
What?
What the heck is happening here? Someone's trying to hide the evidence.
Hey!
Everyone, back to the nurse's office. I practically leapt down the stairs, nearly losing my balance. I reached the nurse's office completely out of breath. I couldn't believe my eyes. But they left the hammer. Hifumi's body was there just a few minutes earlier. What if he staged it? Perhaps Hifumi did not do any of these. Perhaps Hifumi is the killer himself and the robot was him. No, that wouldn't work. I guess he could maybe try to make it look like the robot was carrying him, perhaps, in the photo, but hard to say. It just disappeared. Just putting all of the possible theories out there. Oh. Me and Celeste went to the bathroom, but we were only gone for like a minute. And then when we got back...
Indeed.
This must be the work of the culprit. They must have come and carried the body away. They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys did.
What did you say?
I don't believe this. I don't believe a body would just disappear.
Why?
First there were 2 murders, and now one of the bodies has been taken. This is unnatural.
Huh?
Hold on, what do you mean 2 murders?
Hina.
Taka's been killed. We found him in the equipment room.
No way!
It can't be. Taka too? It can't be. It can't be.
No!
Hina.
Hina, calm down. We're all gonna die. All of us. They're gonna kill all of us. Then who might the next target be? Toko? Huh?
What?
I completely forgot. She's still unconscious in the equipment room.
Well,
You left her at the scene of the crime? We didn't have a choice. She passed out and she refused to wake up. Carry her! You have the woman built like a brick shithouse.
huh?
So, she is still unconscious?
Damn.
Wait, so you knew she was still up there and said nothing? Why? That annoying little insect that clings to me wherever I go. We'd be better off without her.
Bastard!
Bastard. I don't know why people like him. Calm down. You forgot about her, didn't you? You have no right to blame me. Everyone stop fighting right now. We need to hurry back.
Huh?
I can't take this anymore. I don't want anyone else to die. Your eyes are out of focus. Again.
Damn.
But yup, if something's happened to Toko, I'll never forgive you. Look, as long as she's in that cage she's meant to be in, I'm happy and fine. We shot out of the nurse's office and bolted upstairs, heading back to the 3rd floor. We ran back to the equipment room at full speed. And when we got there... she's fine. Toko! Thank God you're okay. But right away I noticed. There was something very different here. Is it the fact there's no body? Drag marks. It was gone. Tarka's body, which should have been right there, had disappeared. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? No, someone's taken the bodies away so we can't investigate them, so we can't find as much evidence to convict them. No, it's not a hallucination. I know I saw it before, and what I'm seeing now isn't what I saw before.
Huh?
But what are you saying? Tarka disappeared too? I don't know whether it's just me, or maybe it's the way also her hair covers a bit of her eye a bit, but they look like they are one's higher than the other. Like even her pupils, they look like... Yeah, I think they are. I think they are... The left one is higher than the right. Well, technically her right, my left.
Stop talking.
Stop saying disappeared. It didn't just vanish into thin air. Obviously whoever did this is hidden the body. But why would they do that? Are you an idiot, Makoto? I couldn't possibly begin to imagine. I just said it's to try and hide any evidence. You know, we have less... If there's no body, first of all, if there isn't a body, it's very hard to... Like, in this case, we've seen the body already, but without it there now, it's going to be very hard to find any evidence that might be on their body. You know, you never know what you could find. I mean, thanks to the last body, we learned that the other two were... the other two. That, Shifumi, Chihiro, whatever her name is. I'm bad with names to begin with. Throw in Japanese names, I'm even worse. But, you know, they found out that they were a boy, and that helped us convict the person before. Perhaps this time they're like, oh god, they might find out that, oh, maybe Hifumi's secretly a woman. I couldn't possibly begin to imagine. Anyway, our costume suspect is clearly continuing his crime spree.
Huh?
We gotta hurry up and catch him before he kills all of us.
Not possible.
Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that.
Huh?
Huh? Think about it. Who could possibly be responsible for killing and hiding these dead bodies?
Well,
When Hifumi's death cry went up, everyone here was together on the 3rd floor.
it is so.
After that, we split up into 2 groups. And now this time, you all came here as a group from the nurse's office. In other words, the only ones who could have done this are Hiro and Kyoko, who are still missing. Hold on a second. See, I don't think it's Kyoko. Kyoko seems like the, oh, I don't know what you'd call it. But she's the too obvious one. Like, she seems too obvious. She's the one that you're going to immediately assume, like, she's mysterious, we don't know why she's here, yada yada yada. She's the one that you would immediately point to and say, that must be the one working for, you know, Monokuma. But that's why I don't think it's her. It's too obvious. It's meant to throw you off. But Hiro being an idiot, I almost feel like he'd be more likely. Hold on a second. Kyoko has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. There's no question that she was in the dining hall with us. You seem very adamant about defending her. Perhaps you are in love. That's not it at all.
That's fine.
Well, anyway, yes, I do accept Kyoko's alibi,
Let's see.
which means the suspicious individual we're looking for can be none other than Hiro. But then my other thought with that, as well because of this game, that might also be throwing us off because it is so obvious. the only two people I could see as being the right size for that little robot costume is Hiro or Sakura. Which further means there will be more murders. The regulations are very clear about that. Oh, that's right, there's a rule that says you can only kill a maximum of 2 people.
That's right.
Let's read that. I think I did. There will be no more murders. I missed the no. As long as that rule is in place, there will not be a 3rd murder. If they were to break that rule... I'd mince ya! Mince you without a second thought. Mince ya, grind ya, turn you into paste. By the way, did you know that fish paste can also refer to shellfish like shrimp or crabs? And he's gone. Indeed. I like when he just appears out of nowhere just to say random shit and he's like, okay, bye! So, since 2 people have been killed, there is no possibility of any more. Unless they aren't dead. You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Byakuya? Which means you knew Toko was never in danger. I still meant it when I said we'd be better off without it, though.
In other words,
Anyway, with that in mind, we can now relax and search for the 2 missing bodies. The 2 missing bodies. People have been killed and their bodies have been hidden. The only one without an alibi, the only one who could have done it, is Hiro. But is he really the killer? And what about Kyoko? If she's not involved in this case, where did she go?
what?
Hey Makoto, what's the matter? Oh no, it's nothing. Whatever, we need to find those bodies or our little narrative here can't move forward. Oop, I'm going to sneeze. Eventually I will. It's one of those ones where it's like, oh, I'm going to, and now I'm not. Okay. Whatever we need to find those bodies, we'll remember that.
So then,
Very well. Then let us split up and begin searching.
but
But... there is no need to be afraid. No more murders will take place during this case.
cause I mean,
I know that. I mean, I think I do, but
Hina.
if you're still nervous, I'll come with you.
huh?
Okay, thank you. No need to thank me. Do I get a bodyguard? Then let's get moving. Yell out if you find anything. I'm just a poor defenseless boy. Don't I get a bodyguard? Byakuya left the equipment room, followed by the others. I have to try and find the 2 missing bodies. Okay. Time to look around. Can I go back into the physics lab? Yes, I can, because there is another room. Probably check there first. Makes sense to. Oh, wait a minute. Physics lab's very different. We weren't in the physics lab. I think we were back here, actually. Yeah. Do we? Toko is, Toko. She has a fear of blood. I don't think we have to worry about anyone else dying, so I'll just leave her alone from now. You know, sure, don't have someone carry her to a room or anything. You know. Dark's entire body has disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a blood stain. This is suspicious, but I can't look at it. Another one of these hammers. It looks like it's made of wood. It's even bigger than the others. Just as hammer 4. Is this all the work of that suspicious individual? Okay, I don't know if we're getting evidence yet, so... I think the moment we're just looking for the bodies. Just camera. Still locked off. I don't know why I had no problem with this cough till I started streaming. Just my shit luck. Speaking of which, part 1 of this is now actually able to be viewed on YouTube. It's no longer blocked. Don't know what happened, but yeah, now you can see it. No, that's a statue of Venus. No, no, it's a paint. What are you?
Huh?
Where could 2 dead bodies have disappeared to?
Damn.
We need to search for the bodies that have disappeared. What happens after that? Huh? The door must be locked. Probably because they're hiding that they took the hammers from there, which I already noticed because I went in there while investigating earlier. I think that just leaves... It's a locker. It doesn't seem especially important right now. I don't need to open it. Okay. Maybe Taka could fit in there. Makoto!
Come on.
Why are you just standing there? We need to get to the repository. Huh? You mean...
Indeed.
I found them. Hifumi and Taka's bodies had both been hidden in the repository.
Goodbye.
I've already told Hina and Sakura. We'll go on ahead. The bodies are in the repository? What the fuck's a repository? Am I an idiot? What? Is it that room back here, or...? Are the bodies here somewhere? I have to wonder where they could have been hidden. Up ahead is the repository, but I tried to enter here before. The door not turned. I guess it's unlocked. And I have no choice but to go inside. So I opened the door, and when I entered, I saw... Oh no! But we already knew they were dead. The two bodies that had disappeared were right there. The smell of blood made me gag. Iron. What I saw before my eyes was unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. What are you, Oh god, who wrote the series? Whatever. And then I heard the announcement for a second time. Ding-dee-dong, ding-dee-dong.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
And so here we are.
It's the Monokuma file!
Without further ado, let me give you all the next Monokuma file. I was going to hand them out when you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something might happen.
What?
It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right.
Stop talking.
Just hand it over already.
Punishment is waiting for you.
Now make sure to investigate with all of your mental might and prepare for the class trial.
See ya later!
And off he goes. Well then, now that we've found the bodies, all that's left is to uncover the culprit.
What the heck?
Hold on! How can you be so calm? Well, you know, I mean, what else are you gonna do? It's either that or die. I mean, they're dead, you know?
That's terrible.
Dead. Gone forever. They're never coming back. Awful. This is just too awful. Hina suddenly burst into tears. She clutched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this?
Don't tamper with the evidence.
Why? Why?
I guess they've already been investigated for the most part. It's not like we're proper investigators. Large wet tears fell from her eyes. Yeah, no one's going for DNA or anything. The tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. If this was some world of make-believe, that might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. But this wasn't a movie. What? This wasn't...
He's alive again?
What the hell?
Where am I? Cold. So cold. Is winter coming?
I don't know, Jon Snow.
Hifumi! Wake up!
Or probably Sean Bean's got up. What the fuck was his character's name? I don't remember.
Huh?
Died in the first book. Huh?
That's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Come on, you gotta wake up!
I remember everything before I met you all. I met you all.
Oh, okay. Bjork still can speak here. His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light. It's reaching out to me. Like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi!
Somewhat
Who was
poetic.
it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name. Yasuhiro.
Yeah, well, I already kind of figured that. Or suspected it. His eyes closed, and they never opened again. Death for the second time. Absolute, undeniable death. No matter how many more of Hina's tears splashed his face, there was no second miracle. Reality set in again. This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins, no calcium in your bones. At least you have your meat.
Stop talking.
I could take that in a very odd way if I chose. You're just angry. Going out of his way to return just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring. You said Yasuhiro, right?
Then perhaps...
Yasuhiro Hagakure. That is the only person he could have been referring to.
So, in other words...
And with that, the case is solved. Assaulting people and even killing Taka and Hifumi. And then going so far as to hide their bodies. A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers. Is that what Hiro is?
What is this?
If it's true, I can't forgive him. No way can I ever forgive him. To kill two of our friends?
That's fine.
Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit in our little life or death game here. Although this time it's not all about life or death, the trial will conclude without much trouble.
Indeed.
Yes, it does look that way. It's going to begin again. We have to go through this one more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through with this, to make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. Investigate! First, I'd better check the Monokuma file. The victims were Hifumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Hishimaru. The cause of death for each was blown to the head. Now, why was Hifumi included in this if he wasn't dead yet? It is thought that they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it?
Very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. We got way less information this time than before. That is no problem. After all, the events of this case unfolded before our very eyes. We should know more about what happened than the Monokuma file could anyway. Maybe.
Well,
There's something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while, Kyoko. Are you talking about Kyoko?
perhaps.
Without a doubt, she has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. But what if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice? Perhaps. The only problem with that is that, if they have an accomplice, it won't change anything. The accomplice doesn't survive either. An accomplice? An accomplice? What are you doing here?
Monokuma appears!
Don't be rude, I'm here to answer your question. What question?
Yep.
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I, during the first class trial?
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Now, he mentioned just then that only the one who does a killing becomes blackened. What if they both do a killing?
then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
In other words,
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
So then...
So are you saying nobody worked together this time either?
hey,
Sorry, can't answer that. It would obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just want to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder, only one blackened can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing.
So, in other words,
And we only need to figure out who that one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal.
well,
Okay, let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is
extreme!
the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action. The true blackened, so just one person.
Well now,
That's enough for explanifying. Now it's down to the final battle between all of you, and the blackened. Good luck to all the contestants. Bye! So there can be only one blackened. An accomplice wouldn't benefit. Then I can't see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case after all. You may be right. If that's true, then Kyoko, where are you?
However...
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation.
indeed.
I have absolutely no doubt that Hiro is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information.
So,
You know, don't you think we should just consider a certain someone a suspect just in case? I'm talking about the murderous fiend at Genocide Jack. What? I'm offended! Yeah! When did you... I've been looking all over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found.
SOB!
Anyway, you there, milk sack swimmer girl. Milk sack? Why do I gotta be a suspect? We already established she wouldn't do it unless she was... Well, I guess they were both men, but she would, you know, crucify them with scissors. Well, I mean, you are a serial killer.
What?
It's just the way she goes, what? Gets me every time. So what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time? I have an alibi, you know. She's right about that. When we heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. And when the bodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every... She'd have to be strong enough to crucify people. Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone when everyone knows what I look like. They don't call me the murderous fiend for nothing.
What are you saying?
That's not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
So then...
Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina? Sure, I'd be totally useless on the investigation anyway.
it's all clear now.
Then that's that. Let's begin. This whole thing is so strange. What about one of us has an alibi? So figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. That's the right way to look at things. File number 3 has been added for truth bullets. Alright, I will be back in a second. Do you hear the people sing? Now, let's just get this out of the way, because it's been annoying me for a while. There are hammers of all different sizes hanging on the wall, although some are more like mallets. Mallets. Could the Justice hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, all the hammers have obviously seen a lot of use. They're all covered in debris and chalky stone powder. Wait. For some reason, this one hammer isn't dirty at all. And it's wet. Did someone wash it recently? Spotless hammer. Okay. There are many aspects of the incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that, it may be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then...
Yeah, sure, let's go through. Yeah, let's look back on things. This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you, and myself. We waited for the you know what, that was grammatically correct compared to someone else who said something before. I don't know how true it is with grammar, but I was always taught when you were going through a list of people, you were the last one to be mentioned. You don't say like me and blank and blank and blank, you would say like blank and blank and blank and I. We waited for the others, but nobody showed up, so we decided to go look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. And soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room on the 3rd floor, and quickly came and got you and me. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her, meaning just after 7 o'clock. Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume. It was a Robo-Justice. It also became clear that this Robo-Justice had dragged Hifumi away. After meeting up with Toko and Byakuya, we began searching for the costumed assailant. We found an injured Hifumi in the library on the 2nd floor. We took him down to the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search. But not long after leaving the nurse's office... What's wrong? I saw a shadow. Something moving around the top of the stairs. Based on Celeste's claims we went back up to the 2nd floor, where we split up and began searching. Then, right after that, Celeste screamed. This time she had apparently seen the suspect on the 3rd floor. Hearing her screams, we quickly made our way back up to the 3rd floor. Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. And then... Yeah. Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back. At that point, we decided to split up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, you, Byakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect on the 3rd floor. And when we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi's corpse. Which is also when we heard the body discovered announcement play. I left Celeste and Hina alone and headed back to the 3rd floor to tell the others what had happened.
However...
But at that same time, we had discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. Which means Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered right around the same time. Because I remember hearing the body discovered announcement play right after finding Taka. And that's when I showed up and told you and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? Then you, me, and Byakuya all headed back to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who had fainted. We didn't really need this recap, but as soon as we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Hifumi's body had disappeared. We hurried back to the nurse's office to discover that his corpse was in fact gone. Then we remembered we had abandoned the unconscious Toko and rushed back to the equipment room. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? This time, Taka's body had disappeared. So from there, we began our search for both of the missing bodies. And after some time, Celeste told us she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository. It wasn't some time, it wasn't very long. And there, we rediscovered the two bodies that had apparently vanished. That should be better now. And that brings us up to now.
However,
Looking back, things have certainly been very active. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know. I'm fine anytime. Okay, cool. I'm glad I wasted my time with that.
So,
Hey, Makoto, I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. Huh? What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together.
but
And we came right to the repository to, you know, look around. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. Yeah, I know, I tried as well. It was locked? It'd be nice if the game acknowledged that I had tried. And we came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there. But I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out. Byakuya? Byakuya, do you think Hiro really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. It's good to be open to all possibilities. I think if an investigator becomes, like, you know, solely focused on one possibility, I think that's when they fail. But I don't know, I'm not an investigator, you see. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died... Yeah, he said Hiro's name, although then again there is always the Occam's razor approach, where the obvious answer is usually the most likely.
So, in other words,
Then there is no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see. I mean, he is kinda dumb. But do you really think that's enough to explain? I feel like there's a clue hiding in there somewhere.
what?
And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there are a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies? They probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. I don't know. Never believe that a moron can't be very dangerous. Gary Ridgway killed more... I think he's the #1 killer in America. I think he is his... I think he was convicted of around 50, but he's suspected of 70. And he had a very low IQ. And he was able to do it for years because, you know... he just was able to. Because, you know, don't just assume just because someone might not be... as he said, someone might be, as he said, a moron, that they could be cunning. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why'd they bother killing 2 people?
What?
What? Because all the rule says is if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your #1 priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
I see.
Hold on, perhaps. I see, so that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. What's with the attitude? But, you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. His mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. He talked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, would it have killed him to tell me what it was? Yes, it probably would. He would have had to commit suicide. Alright, Hifumi, what does your corpse have to offer? Hifumi's big, cold body is laying on the floor. His really big body. Do you need to call him out for his weight while he's dead? I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? Ah, well that's why. From the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository. All the way from the first floor to the third, and all without anyone noticing it. How the hell? It's no good, I just don't get it. I can think about it later. For now I have to finish investigating Hifumi himself. If I remember correctly, are those meant to be Hina's tears? If I remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head. Probably from just assignment 3, which was laying on the floor in the nurse's office. Huh? Wait. Something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling? Something's different. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. That's it, his glasses. When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. Thank God they told me, because I could not remember. But here they aren't. But now, they're completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But who would do that, and why? There we go. It's a dolly, it doesn't have a handle. I saw this in the art room before, I guess it's used to move statues around. It's kinda awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. Huh? But wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? I didn't even notice it there. And look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it, so they used that to carry the bodies. So there's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? Oh gee, I don't know, maybe they used it to carry bodies. Taka, he'll never move again. My voice will never be the same with this cough. It's actually really annoying me. I thought it was all gone. According to the Monokuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. We found Justice Hammer 4 near his body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? And there's a tarp laid out under his body. Did the killer use this to move Taka's body? That way there wouldn't be any blood left behind while the body was moved. Possible. Okay, monitor, camera, and there's Aoi. Wall with hammers, Sakura, and okay, that's everything for here. There's only one way in and out of this room, though through the door that Hina said was locked before. There's definitely a lock on the door, but it can only be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from in the art room, which is a bit weird. The door can only be locked from inside the repository, which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. And the door is designed so that it can only be locked from inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. But Hina claims that there's no way someone could have beaten them into the repository. So that certain someone... there's gotta be a clue around here somewhere. Maybe I should check somewhere else. There are some places I already know about. First the nurse's office where Hifumi was found, then the equipment room where Taka was found. Don't think there'll be much in the way here. We'll always come back through there if we need to go back to the repository. Let's head to where Taka's corpse was. Don't think there's much in this room we need to worry about. Can always check later. Oh, look who it is. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away.
What?
I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event. Of course you are. There's some kind of tire mark going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. That'd be from the dolly. That reminds me about the dolly in the repository. There was blood on this tire. I'd call it the wheel, not a tire, but sure. Could that blood have come from here? Which could mean that Tarka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. Equipment room bloodstain has been added for truth reports. Yep. But even if the dolly was used to move Tarka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with a dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. Just as Hammer 4, the weapon that was used to kill Tarka. The body was moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. Blood, monitor. These are the tarps, I think. Huh? This tarp. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently too. Oh, that was just a coin? Oh, okay. That's a camera. Okay, that's everything for in here. And the other place is the nurse's room. Which is the 1st floor. This is not it. It's a rec room. I don't think there's anything in there. Stairs were here. This is the 2nd floor. 1st floor's over here. Alright. Ah, Celeste. What are you investigating, Celeste? I am not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I am simply going around seeing if Hiro might be hiding somewhere. What about you? Oh, you know, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have removed Hifumi's body. Moved, not removed.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, he was supposed to be in the nurse's office, right? We're immediately calling him an it now that he's dead. You're not going to say he? Alright.
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. She's not feeling well. You're the one who had a head injury. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. And when you got back, the body was gone. We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then, the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time.
Indeed.
It would seem so. To carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes is... I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Here we go, Celeste's account. The blood, get off the hammer. Just hammer 3, the one that was used to kill Hifumi. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. Camera. This cabinet with drugs. I wonder if there's anything to drink sign after everything I've been through. I'm totally parched, maybe just a quick peek. There's a bunch of blood packets in here for blood transfusions, I guess. It doesn't help me though, I'm not a vampire. What if Hifumi wasn't dead at the time and he just was pretending to be dead? And then he got up and walked away himself. What's that? There's more to do in here? Inside the fridge are a bunch of blood packets, probably for transfusions. Oh, there's something back there. Hang on. It's just a normal trash can. Huh? Wait, there's something inside. It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth. And it's got some kind of cartoon character on it. Ah, but it's also covered in blood. Okay, so it's Hifumi's, clearly, but I'm just going to say this, as someone who wears glasses. If these got covered in blood that same way, you'd need a lot more than just a bit of cloth to clean them off. Did you find something? Yeah, there was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
Huh?
A cleaning cloth? Like, you'd need water and soap for all... Actually, probably not soap, just water. Cold water cleans blood. And it's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe up some blood. But who would need to do something like that? I haven't the slightest idea. Yeah, me either. But I think it might be important. So this is where you were. I've been looking for you. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. You should go to Hero's room. I have planted evidence so that we can make the crime more interesting like I did last time. Oh, and let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. This is the note Hero wrote to get us all to meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is the trap. What is? Things grow ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
Yasuhiro's message has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. So he said to go to Hero's room, but what's waiting for me there? Don't know. Should be okay now, he says, for like the 8th time. That's the 2nd floor. I'm gonna go back to the inn. I don't know why it's called an inn, not dorms, but sure, whatever. Whatever Monokuma wants. I guess it's called Spare Hotel. Right, hero, you are at the end of the 3rd. Boy, this is a cursed hallway. Two of them are, one of them's dead and the other was a murderer. And the other might be a murderer. The door is unlocked. I guess I can go inside. Byakuya did say to go look. It might not be a great idea, but I'm taking the plunge. Oh god. This is Hero's room. There's all kind of weird stuff in here. Where do you even get it all from? More importantly, he still hasn't turned up. Which means he can't really be complaining if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? What's over here? Oh, it's just the door. Okay. I think there's something inside the cardboard box. It's Solid Snake! It's blueprints for something, and something's made out of... It looks like cardboard and plastic. And plaster? Is this Robo Justice? And it's in Hero's room. But wait. These blueprints. Something about them bothers me. What else? This bed. It's a normal bed, pretty much just like the one in my room. Bathroom. I soundlessly check the bathroom. There's nothing in here. It's pretty grungy though. How does the bathroom even get this dirty? I don't want to know what he gets up to in there. And when I said I think I'd fix my cough. Apparently not. Yeah, that's everything. Makoto, big news, big news! What's wrong? We found Kyoko. What? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news.
Just a second.
Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? It's Hero, wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. To think Hero and Kyoko will turn up at the same time. Anyway, I have to head to the pool. I ran up to the second floor as fast as I could. Oh, why are they all the way over there? Kyoko and...
I mean...
Phew, man, I have had the worst day. Hero. I am positive that is the suspicious individual that attacked me. Apparently, that ridiculous object is Hero. I'd ask Kyoko for the details if I were you. I'm getting to that next.
Right.
I found Hero. He was jammed into the pool room locker. It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
Don't be mean!
I still can't believe you kicked me. You could have been a little more gentle about it, like, I don't know, caress my face or something. You're in a robot costume.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden, without a trace.
Well,
There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind.
it's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly, she says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind? She may not care.
and?
First of all, Hero, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean...
Oh, well, I mean, I have no idea. One second I was asleep, don't even know what happened, then I woke up, and then I was here. I don't care, do something about that costume, it pains me just to look at you.
Huh?
Well, don't throw it away, that's evidence. Well, I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself?
You got it all wrong!
I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing. They could be framing him. There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. It took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hero out of the suit. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Ooh, free at last. Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hero?
So then,
More to the point, nobody but Hero would be able to wear that costume. Wait,
Um...
what? Hold on a sec.
honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
is that okay?
In other words, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume. That's true, I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be...
Then it's obvious, the one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone
That's terrible!
was Hero. Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the worst.
Good idea, we wouldn't want him killing anyone else. Tie me up? Hold on guys, I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment. I just imagine, like, in the back of the room is Toko. She's just, like, got, like, a bunch of ropes and gags. She's like, what? Oh. Right as we said we're not going to. Yeah, I mean, attacking? Blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided. You killed them. What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake Hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costumed attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you could try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine, if you're going to be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a bit, Hina started putting on the Robo Justice costume.
See? Look. See how loose it is? I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the
Boy,
moment.
Well, either way.
God, if he
now
really
we know
is the
for
one who
sure,
did
right?
it, if we've immediately gotten him twisting his words just with that, God, he's an idiot.
I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hero could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hina took the suit back off again. Well, now you're all out of excuses. No, see, it's because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then, God, I'll try it on then. Makoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried putting them on. Please show us Makoto trying to wear the suit. Aww, it's no good. The arms are too long. There's no way I can wear this.
Just a second.
See, I told you it was impossible. You are absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hero's body exactly.
But
Then there's another costume. They must have one that looks the same, but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
what the heck?
Evidence? You claim there is another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hero's the only one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible.
Which is how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, like, tell me? Robert's costume. There we go. There's a big locker near the pool. Apparently he was in there, which I find hard to believe.
What the heck?
There's no talking your way out of this one. You did it. Everyone knows it. And let's hear your alibi, Hero.
What the heck?
If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey Makoto, who was it? Well, 2 people were killed, Taka and Hifumi. What? 2 people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it. I did not. I just imagine Tommy was like, I did not. Wait, hold on. If those 2 are the ones that were killed,
How about that?
that's it. I know who did it.
So then,
You may as well tell us then. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over Alter Ego, right?
I'm at least 30%
Which means
right.
Alter Ego and Alter Hero must have done it. How does this man get up in the morning on his own?
correct.
I see. That's unfortunate. Huh? Unfortunate?
What the heck?
Stop trying to trick us. Just admit you did it, okay? I'm telling you, you got it all wrong.
Oh,
I
so
know.
Then.
That note. Last night someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 AM. But the last thing I remember is going to the rec room, then for some reason I fell asleep.
Hey.
The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance, it's still an angle we should look into.
So,
No, hold on, he could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that.
Huh?
What, really? I told you, someone's trying to set me up. Secret passage, chance to escape, someone wrote all that to trick me. And if there is, like, you know, tunnels or whatever that connect all the buildings in the school, that would explain how they're able to get around like that. Without anyone seeing them. Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? Ah, they preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note. With pleasure, I have it right here in my, pocket.
No way.
Looks like I lost it. Yeah, sure. Please, you gotta believe me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. What the heck? For serious. So we got his account. Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why? Why did you kill them? Tell us, hero. No, it's like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broke, and that's why. Wait, that's a false accusation. Someone help me.
What are you saying?
Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. If you have time to yell and carry on, you have time to search for your evidence, right? Ah, you're right. I need to look for the second suit in that note. Feet, don't fail me now! I guess I'd better get back to guard duty. I was going to ask Toko, Genocide Jack, to switch with me. Why do they keep calling her Jack? Why don't they say Jill? Like, it says Jill when you speak to her. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. Well, bye. One by one, everyone peeled away.
Makoto.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to leave Jill with the bodies just because I don't know what the fuck she get up to. Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? I want you to try to help me with it. I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
It looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. Reject me so simply.
Anyway,
I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we?
Hey,
So Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Examine the corpses. I can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me.
correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey,
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
anyway,
Anyway, we have to hurry before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Show me. Okay then, show me where the bodies are. They're in the repository. And I guess we should head that way for now. I don't know if I can. Can I quick travel there this time? I can travel to about here, so might as well. Hifumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid. But only for a moment.
so then,
Well then, let's get started. She crouched down next to Taka and without hesitation began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
The Monokuma file was right, they were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth, she was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable.
I see.
Makoto, I found something. You did?
Hey,
You remember the wristwatch Taka always wore in his left hand? You did?
whew,
Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? No, that's not it. Anyway, so you said he had a watch.
so then,
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. And if you notice, the hands are frozen just past 6 o'clock. So that would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6, which would be around the time that he was killed.
that's right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. We can't even see the watch on his hand. What are you talking about? Hey you, how long were you going to keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
In other words,
So if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 PM. Meaning it must have happened at 6 this morning.
however,
And that's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something. You're right. There's something white in there.
Makoto,
Can you try and pry it out? Why me?
because...
Me? Rigor mortis is already set in. Boys are better suited for this kind of manual labor, right? What a fucking sexist! Okay. As much as I didn't want to, I grasped Parker's cold hand. Yeah, I probably would have said by this point. When does rigor mortis wear off? It wears off at some point. I'm gonna find this out, actually. When does rigor mortis set in, and when does it wear off? If you don't know what rigor mortis is, it's when the body basically becomes hard and you can't, like, move it. So if your hands are clenched or whatever, you won't be able to really open someone's hand once it sets in until it wears off. Why it happens, I don't remember. When does rigor mortis start? Boy, this is, once again, fun thing that's so good. 2 hours! And it's a way to sort of tell when someone dies. And when does it wear off? Rigor mortis. Boy, all the other things are... Like the other things people search involve pets. Like, when does it set in for animals? It disappears after 36 hours, okay. So it's quite a while before it wears off. I believe typically by the time, you know, what are they called? Mortuaries get them, or, not nursing homes, funeral homes. It's long after then. Because that's how they're able to, like, you know, do anything with their face and, you know, make them look presentable for funerals. The ice cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper.
Hey.
Was that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. Just a little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
Is that right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then...
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he's left us a few clues of his own. Kiyotaka's scrap of paper. What's up, Nugget? He looks very cute at the moment, my cat. The biggest problem I have right now is how the killer was able to move Hifumi's massive corpse from the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository. All the way from the first floor to the third, and all without anyone noticing. I just can't see how that's possible. Further, it seems that Hifumi died from a bullet to the head. He was most likely in 3, which was the nurse's office, but... Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure whether I need to investigate, I just need to talk to her. So, did you find anything? I did, more than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper?
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden?
Indeed.
He'd stuffed it in his pants, so I can only assume it hidden on purpose, you see. In his pants? Wait, so you...
Why is that?
It was just his pants, not like his socks or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey.
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto, open it up. When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like... It better be important for me, or I'll never forgive you for this. He's dead. A note? Found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out. Yeah, that's the one that, Hero was talking about. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 AM.
So...
That sounds very familiar. That's it. It's the same thing Hero said. That he was telling us the truth.
However...
Although, it's not exactly the same, is it? It said night or something. Last night someone slipped a weird note onto my door. Here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell me, tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 AM. It wasn't night, or I guess early morning. The time is different. Hiro told us that his note said to meet at 1 AM. But the note they wrote to Hifumi asked him to meet at 6 AM.
Is that right?
Hold on, just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him. Huh?
So...
Part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there. Some meaning to that part being ripped? Could you maybe explain it a little more? Think carefully.
Hey.
Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly? I have no idea.
So then...
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? And how would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer.
Hey,
And while we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So the handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killings in the first place. No, I didn't think they were. So you're saying I don't have to think about their handbooks this time, right?
is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said is that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, where a handbook may play a role. A handbook may play a role. I don't think I understand. But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I'd better keep it in mind. Nope, must be time for the trial. Depending how long the trial
Are
is,
you excited? Are you pumped?
I don't know if I need it to split this into two.
It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
It would seem...
It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, we'd better get going. I want to investigate the, see about this hole or whatever. Alright. Let's do a safe save. We didn't get much information on this one. Nope. Yes. I'm just gonna do another one just in case. Yes. I think it gives me a chance to as well when we walk in, but hey ho, better to be safe than sorry. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation, and they were gathered by the red door. And as soon as we were all there...
Monokuma appears!
Hello. He's multiplied.
Wrong.
Nope, not multiplication. It just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. I doing the old early Goku technique. I think he did that. Oh god, did he? Now that I've said it, I don't actually know if he... I'm pretty sure he did that at one point. Like, he moved so fast it looked like there was multiple versions of it. If not him, someone definitely did it. I'm sure I could go through the series and find that. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma? Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy,
You're not playing alone.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Hey!
And if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the pain train or elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we?
Please!
Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run away anymore, hero. You're gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
I told you already, I didn't do it. Serious. That reminds me, did you ever find the other costume? Or the note? Well, no, but... How unfortunate. Then it would seem we have our culprit.
Hey,
This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
Words hard. She's right. Let's get her down there first, then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. Hang on a minute, I just want to check something quickly. I'm just gonna switch to the intermission screen because of that. I was just seeing if Dee Dee was online, because if he was, I might, after this, have gone, seen if he wanted to join me for fucking whatever it is. Fallout 76. Since the pit update came out yesterday, and I've done my first expedition, I've got another one lined up for today. And I'm slowly just grinding my way to level 100, I'm at like 85 so far, I think. So, I'm getting there. That's right, I have to. I have to do it. I can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive. And for the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Hifumi and Taka. The one who killed two of our friends. The killer is... someone right here. I took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk toward the elevator. I don't know why I felt like doing that. Once everyone was aboard. I don't know why I felt like doing the whole deep breath. The doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. Going down, down. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator doors slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate. Is it me or has the room changed? When I see all of you gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only because of you. Why? Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other? What? Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Yes, I want to murder Kuma. Stop goofing around and begin the trial. Don't rush me. Of course I'm going to start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class after this commercial break. And now time for a word from our sponsor. No. I'd never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. So, the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment. A deadly deception. A deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle. A deadly defense. A deadly faith. A deadly class trial. Has he said this for every one of them so far? Yes, I'll do my save. I figured it would give a save, but hell. No reason not to. Skills. I should have more I can use. Sure, sounds good. We have this one. And we have that one. Handiwork. Allows you to reload 2 bullets at once. Sure, I can equip it. There we go. Those are the only ones I've got, so yeah. That just lets me sort of go over everything. I know everything we've got. Let's go! Trial! All rise!
Let's begin.
Yeah, I swear
with
it's
a
blue.
basic
It used to be red, I
explanation
think.
of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one,
Okay, we've done this twice already. I don't think you need to tell us how it works.
everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with,
We already know who did it.
was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit. Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
I didn't! Someone knocked me out! I was asleep the whole time! I don't know anything about it!
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Oh, look. It's her.
Who are you calling a murderer?
He has a point.
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprint for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling.
See, I don't know who it could have been besides him. That's the
Points
problem.
to you as
Like,
having
it's
created
possible
the
he
suit,
might be being framed,
and
but I don't know by
wearing it while
who.
committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know! I don't know!
Is Hiro really the killer, or... Before anything else, we have to make that clear.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all that you are, the culprit.
Except it doesn't make it well, so...
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not true! It's a conspiracy!
Hero, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
So we can escape, of course. Okay, so we only have one thing to shoot. I mean, looking at the blueprints, that handwriting is awfully messy. If I'm right, Hero's handwriting is... Oh, okay.
Everything we found in your room.
How do I shoot again?
The
Try.
blueprints, the suit parts,
Okay.
they are all proof that you are the culprit.
Okay, we want to use...
It's not
shoot the
true! It's
blueprints.
Hero, why?
No! Just hold on a second!
Okay, then I'll shoot. I didn't notice that I could shoot the blueprints
Everything
before.
we
Good thing it
found,
didn't hit there.
the suit parts,
Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
Objection! Anyway, no, we gotta do this. We gotta do this properly,
Sure
like,
Hero really made those blueprints?
Phoenix Wright. I was about to slam my hand on my desk and I was like, oh, maybe I should move my drink first before I knock that over by doing so. Are we sure Hero really made those blueprints?
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after her alter ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say?
I'd like to see the difference between English and Japanese version. For the handwriting, at least.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
But why?
No, the differences are bigger than
I think it'd be really hard. Like, I can definitely... When I write notes to myself, I usually do them quite in a short form. Like, I can't show any because it's important, but I had to take notes for something. And then I had to write out, like... And then I had to write out, like, a more detail of them. But my notes were... It's basically, like, shorthand, essentially. Like, you know, words, I leave out, like... I'll leave out, like, you know, ands or ifs or ors because I know that they're there in my own notes. So it just basically shortens everything up. But that's notes for myself, and then if I'm writing something out, you know, it's more detail or whatever. But that's writing. That's more like for typing stuff. If I'm writing in messages, it's hard to say. Even in my writing's weird. No, the difference is bigger than that.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
Yeah, I feel like even like notes that I've written neatly, and my own notes that I've written myself, if you looked at both of them, you'd be able to tell it's me.
So Makoto,
I just noticed
Are you
it says
saying
that
you
the
don't think
murder
Hero's the
case as it
culprit?
goes around in a circle around the screen there.
And he is not the only one. I think Hero is innocent as well.
then who was in that Robo Justice suit?
It was Hero.
Is it like Hero said? Was there
I
really
think Hero
someone
was the
running
one
around
in the
a second
suit. But it might have been he was placed in the suit after the fact.
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
Sure. And of course he passes it off to me.
So, who was in the Robo Justice suit?
The suspicious individual in question, the one that must have been in the suit, was Hero.
I got it! Other than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hero didn't do it.
We just said he was the one in the suit, but we didn't say he's the killer.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right.
Did she find a line or something? What's with the scar on her arm?
Has nothing to do with being in the Robo Justice
claws
suit.
aren't that wide.
What? Now that's a bold assumption.
Oh, God.
And what reason do you have to make such a statement?
Every time it cuts
You
her, I'm
do
like,
have a
Christ,
reason,
what are you going to
yes.
say now that's going to disturb me?
Of course. But before we get to that,
I'm going to pass off all the stuff onto Makoto, because I don't know.
there's something else we need to clarify first.
But I like
let's
to
get
act
that out of the
smarter.
way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
When the murders
We
happened.
must clarify the method of transportation
Okay.
for
Well, that's
Taka's
dull.
lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items.
Yep, a top and a dolly.
Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
Yeah, I can do that. The things that we used to move Taka's body, they must have been... blue top. Now, I don't know if it wants me to choose two or not, so I'm gonna go for the dolly first. Where's the dolly?
I got it!
Still one more thing. Okay, it does want me to choose two. Cool. Uta.
I got it! They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
What's with the attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain.
The attitude
His
is
body
smug. It's better
disappeared
than
from the
everybody.
equipment room. And then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was the same tarp that up until then
skip that.
was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body.
I'm surrounded by two dead people, I just noticed.
That way, they wouldn't
I think
leave any
Mondo was to my
bloodstains
left.
while they were moving it.
Right. Left from where I am, right from Makoto's position.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing.
No, it was Hifumi. Oh yeah, he's dead. Doi.
I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly.
And there was also marks and blood that would show blues.
Later,
And blood on the
when
blues.
Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body. Am I right?
Correct, French lady.
But are you sure you are not mistaken?
I want to see someone try to have their hair like that. Because I cannot see, I'm sure it's possible, but I can't see how.
Huh? Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room
I
when
don't
you
fucking
found
know.
Taka's body? That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway.
Bitch, I've solved the past two cases.
We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Motherfucker. Wow, I've never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean. But maybe I can change her mind. If I can just explain to them why the dolly must be moved from the equipment room to the repository. A new element has been added to board battles. Oh good, they're still introducing stuff. Absolutely. Reloading. Starting with this next wartime battle, we're going to add one more ingredient to the recipe. If we're going to get to like the final one, it's going to be like, hey, we've added a new thing still. On the screen underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. But from now on, just locking on and pressing the triangle button won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you one bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the square button. Just like the one on, you'll have to press the square button in time with the tempo marker. Basically, just remember that the square button now has a function along with the X and triangle. Why is the X so small? It'll automatically reload at the start of fever time, and your ammo will not decrease. Oh, but if your action's difficulty is set to gentle, you won't have to reload at all. I believe I'm just on normal. In which case you can ignore everything I just said. Good luck and have fun.
You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch.
This rhythm would be a good
wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch.
Just have to get the rhythm back. Oh, we got her.
I cannot agree.
This should prove it.
Yeah, nice little warm-up for what
If
I'll
you're
be
asking
doing
for proof
on
that the dolly moved,
Thursdays next week.
I have it right here. When I found the dolly in the repository,
Probably won't be
one
going
of the
up on
wheels
YouTube
had a
what I'll be
blood
doing
stain on it.
for the Thursdays next week.
There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly
It's basically
wheel's
just me
tread.
sort of making time for what I want to either replace this one or probably not Fry, as I think I'll finish Final Fantasy 7 by then. So I'll probably put that to Thursdays, depending on what day it comes out. Anyway, I have something. I have stuff planned. Too many things.
The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body
Yeah, I don't think they
out
did
of
it
the
on
room.
purpose.
And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Pretty strong evidence. Jeez, does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
I want to see Robo Justice. He seems like a kind of robot that would be like, you know, doing the full Sentai poses.
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer.
Go ahead.
If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately
Well, on the
obvious.
dolly, you had to do it by basically bending down, and they couldn't in that suit. But look at how the body was moved, it'll be clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. What does he mean by that? You can't bend at the waist on the Robo Justice suit. Yep.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off.
Oh, that wasn't it? Okay. Come on, good, let's get rid of that. One. Okay, so not that one.
As we know,
Taka was killed, and from there,
Yeah.
I'll let him go for the
then
whole thing.
loaded it on.
now,
keep in mind that the...
Well,
That's
yeah,
probably what it was.
But even without a handle, all you'd have to do
No,
is
here we go,
bend
this is the
over.
one.
No, that's wrong. You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop
It's a very
down
weird
low.
one. I can only assume, since it's meant to be for statues, you put the statue on the dolly and then you move it by mainly pushing the statue. But it's still a very weird one.
But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
Fucking picture. I should make that the thumbnail. Behind is the button here, can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that
Probably
you
couldn't even
mention
turn
it,
your neck down.
yeah.
I don't even know if you could look to the left or right. Like, oh, who was it? Val Kilmer's Batman, it was the one before him, I think. But yeah, that one.
Seems like it'd
First,
be awfully hard to push that
Tim
dolly.
Burton's
if you
Batman.
couldn't bend
Like,
over.
the way the suit was designed, he couldn't turn his neck, so that's why whenever he had to turn his whole body. It's quite funny.
Well, what's to stop you from
Great
simply
film.
pushing the dolly with your feet?
It wouldn't be easy.
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick
I mean,
the
it's
dolly all that
possible,
way?
but very difficult.
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
Then why are you even speaking?
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
That's also a good point.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
You can't take it off. There's absolutely no chance that the costume was taken off to smooth body because you can't take it off by yourself.
I got it! I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember,
She wasn't there for that, so I can't blame her. I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make this stupid friggin' thing. There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
If he could have gotten it off by himself,
You were there!
I don't think he would have
You
let
know,
us see him
why
wear
are you
it.
sounding like she didn't know?
Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, it's really, really true that Robo Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hero in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took? You
Yeah, I
all got
remember.
a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo Justice? If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Robo Justice. That's what I decided to call him, just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hero, without a doubt.
Unless Ifumi's alive and set up this whole murder plot.
Yeah.
Which is possible.
Yeah, that's gotta
That's
be
why he
right.
happened to come to life at the last moment. To blame Hero.
Hold on a second.
It's still far too early to
Like
reach
he's actually
that
alive,
conclusion.
just sort of like sitting, lying in that room like, heh, they have no idea. I'm just happy that Kyoko checked his pants for a message.
Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility?
Correct, we should.
Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
You don't want to get tunnel vision.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll
Well,
uncover
first,
something new.
their parents died in a house. Oh, wait, no, not that series of unfortunate events, my bad.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
Alright then, let's take another look back at
Just
what
like, why does everyone care where I was?
I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we
think they were only
split
there
up,
for like half an hour.
Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
Which 7
That
a.m.
was
or
when we
p.m.?
saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect.
I don't actually think that the fridge with blood for the transfusions actually became evidence.
But not long after leaving the nurse's office,
That face. What's wrong? It's like such a look of disgust on it. I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
And then,
Yeah. Huh? Well, what was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
at that point we decided to divide up into two groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead.
Or was he?
And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and
But I
headed
wonder
back to
though, would the
third
body
floor
discovery thing
to
have...
let the
Well, clearly
others
it
know
did
what
because he
had
wasn't
happened.
dead there. So I was thinking, like, would it go off if they weren't actually dead? But they're not, like, observing their vitals constantly, are they? I mean, he looked dead.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
Well, the announcement, or did the announcement only go off once, which might mean that it only went off for Taka?
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the
Because I think he
physics
got
lab,
up, cleaned off his glasses, and then went and moved Taka's body and himself to the other room. Because I don't think he was dead then.
we ran into Celeste,
If he's
who
even dead
arrived
now.
after us, and she told us something very surprising.
Sorry about that. Fumi's body has disappeared.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
And she was fine. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for two missing dead bodies. And after some time,
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
Yep, there they are.
I think that about covers it.
And you know, these guys might not have known to, like, you know, check for a pulse on or Hifumi. Although he probably, I mean, you'd see him breathing. Or it might be like what Jigsaw did
I see.
in that first
The whole
film where he
thing
just
sounds
lied in one spot for,
exceptionally
like, you know,
complicated.
several hours not breathing apparently. No, he was breathing, just very slowly. I think they explained it in the third film that he gave himself a shot of something to make himself... It would slow his heart rate. So he was breathing, but he was breathing slowly and quite softly, like it wouldn't be noticeable. I don't remember. Saw films, great films until the very last one. The last one was shit. Jigsaw was also shit. Spiral was also shit.
It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
Contradictions are hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them no matter what. I'm just thinking about the Saw movies now, and how, you know, just how shit they're gonna end up being. File number 3 with me.
So, regarding Taka's death,
Is that blunt
I
force
wonder
trauma?
if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
what makes you...
Can I, like, bring up... Yeah, I want to actually have a look at it. Let's see, the victims were Hifumi Yamada and Yotaka Ishimaru. This difference for each was a point ahead. I saw they were both killed with a similar weapon. It doesn't say the order, it just says who the victims were, not necessarily in that order.
Say that.
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Okay. Just a Justice Hammers were numbered, but were they really used in that order?
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true
Oh, I
that
hit that
Hifumi
thing.
was killed with
justice while Taka's death?
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Yeah.
So, I wonder if, or perhaps it was. We already know Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Oh, that's not it either. Okay.
Shoot.
Okay.
So, I wonder if, or perhaps it was. We already know Taka came last.
What makes you say
Because of the number.
It's true that he flew while Taka's death.
See?
So there's only one other thing to choose. Is the order thing.
So, I wonder if, or perhaps it was. We already know what order they were killed in.
No?
Shoot.
How is this even a target? I thought that was the only other thing.
I wonder if, or perhaps it was. We already know Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed while Taka's death came.
See?
I've already
it's
got
obvious
the
Taka
only
came
two things I could, so I don't know what it would be. Are they really using that order?
Oh, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
I'm trying to remember, is there another thing that we can do?
So it's obvious
shoots
Taka
blanks.
came after.
Is there a way to change my,
Taka's death,
a way to change my...
I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Yeah, but see, that's not right either. That's why I'm confused. I've shot the two things I can. Is there a thing to it that I don't remember? When a character's talking, some text may appear in yellow. This is a weak spot and represents potential life. Multiple weak spots may appear in such a I only have one truth bullet. Target a weak spot and then hold down the triangle button. Oh, I forgot about that. Right, target a weak spot, hold down triangle. Right, I forgot about that.
So, regarding, I wonder if he, or perhaps it was. We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice.
There we go. I forgot about that part. Sorry about that. That's why I had to check the whole thing again.
Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order,
Which is why the smaller number hammers were smaller and less deadly.
but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
Evidence that proves Taka was killed before Hifumi. It's going to elect what time he must have died. His watch! Hangman's Gambit. Oh god. Wristwatch. I need an eye. Can I get an eye? I think I need to shoot these in order. I can never remember. I need an S. Nope. We already got T. I need a C and an H. There we go. Much easier than trying to figure out schizo.
Now I understand.
Because I could tell that's what it was saying. I also knew what word it wanted.
I've got it. Papa's wristwatch. See? Look. It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked.
I was about to say, why are they called wristwatches? Because there's no other kind of watch. And I remember, oh wait a minute, pocket watches. Doy. Hey, you, how long were you going to keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock. You know that. Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
So if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's what they wanted.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size.
Yes, because honestly, it would make no sense to have multiple hammers and have the first few be smaller and they're not lethal.
That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder. But all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
But that's because he isn't dead. Yeah. Huh? Well, what was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back. Celeste's face there reminds me of a little joke that Sandman showed me, which was someone saying, like, they confessed to a girl at work, and this is his interpretation of her face. Some Genshin character, I think.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together.
Another day, I'm thankful I'm not a fan of it. Piece of shit. The fans of that series are
Then we
becoming
all ran down
worse.
to the nurse's office.
Then again,
and that's where we found his body.
every major fan group always has the people who are annoying and take it to their stupid extremes.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Good, I'm glad you're happy, Jill.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
Why?
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
God, you would make a horrible lawyer.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis.
Like,
for
a
when we
lawyer's,
heard
part of what a
Hifumi's
lawyer
scream.
does is put in a shadow of a doubt to convince, like, you know, or to make jurors question if something happened, but usually there's evidence or statements. He's just making shit up. I mean, lawyers do that, but...
Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered
Gaze's
his
lawyer
body
tried
had
claiming that one of his, you know, one of his defenses was that they might have all just been accidents.
When his body vanished from the nurse's office,
Problem is, there was 33.
Tina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
And in that time, he was just like very quickly running, covering up a body, dragging it to the other room, and then collapsing on the ground to pretend to be dead.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
I know.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
Okay, number one, why would she do it? Number two, she was passed out.
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body.
True.
Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
That laughing face she has.
In other words, it is impossible that any of
As
us
creepy as a
could have
character is, I
killed
also
Hifumi
find her very
or
funny.
moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared. So they most
What an
certainly
interesting way to
could
say
have done those
Kyoko.
things.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
He what?
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of
I
it.
thought it was a minute or two.
But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Could you imagine, like, you know, it must be pretty shit if, you know, after you're dead, the main thing that it comes down to with your case is that you're massively overweight.
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Not only that, but dead bodies are heavy enough to begin with. That's why you have the term dead weight, where because if someone's carrying you, I think it's easier if you're, you know, because they somewhat are helping you. Like, if say someone's like, you know, hurt and they've got an arm over your shoulder and you're helping to like move them along, they're conscious enough, they're like helping you as you do so. But if they're dead, you're dragging them. It's harder. I believe. I don't know. I'm assuming just because the whole dead weight term.
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
Yeah, I already figured that out. Oh?
The dead body moved on its own?
Zoinks.
No! Not another... ghost!
Zoinks, Scoob.
I don't think it has
It
anything
reminds
to
me
do
of Shaggy
with
there.
the occult. I think what she's implying is we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality
Clearly he was, because he
still
got up
alive.
and spoke later on.
He was alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
Yes.
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
It is. The idea that Hifumi was still alive. Is it really possible? Yes. Chill's laughing face there. Broken wristwatch. Okay,
Are you
God.
saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No,
Capture
it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Good point. How do we know that?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
No, that
Are
was
we
made for
really
Taka.
so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to capture that. Sure, the discovery body announcement was only made once. Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered at almost exactly the same time. Yep. I think.
Are you
Saying that when we first
Use
found
that
there's a
also.
chance he...
No. Hifumi was dead, and you know that. Surely you heard the body discovered. Hifumi's
Dead body had been found.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
Brilliant.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
God, that was like perfect luck for Hifumi though.
Maybe. But that was also the same time
Perhaps
that
he had.
Taka's body was
No,
found.
they would have had to have still found Taka's.
That's right.
So he just lucked out
It
with
wasn't
that.
long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Arms of my chair are coming loose.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
Let's ask him.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
didn't answer our question, man.
Yes, it did.
We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
You're just stupid, so you didn't
No,
realize it
actually,
did.
that was plenty. He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again.
Yes.
If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
Second body discovery announcement was... The first time it played was when we found each body in the nurse's office and the equipment room. And the second time was when... Just after Fumi came back to life? I think I had hard to try to remember. Okay, right. So it was after we found them again. Shit, I'm dead. Nobody believes me, nobody wants to hear what I have to say. Uh-oh, have we already come to the end of the debate? Now what happens here? Well then, the class trial is officially adjourned, now it's time to reveal who's blackened. I doubt they would actually tell us, because that would give everything away. It appear that one of the most votes is Makoto. Oh! Why did they vote for me? Looks like the real killer gets graduate, congratulations to them. On the other hand, everyone else must now be punished.
Is this really the end for all of us?
I was gonna say, they wouldn't tell us who it is here. Yes. Give me 2 minutes to
I refuse
decide.
to give up yet. Was the body discovery
so it just takes me back
announcement
here.
that was of
That's what I was
consequence?
worrying about.
Maybe.
That's right.
So that I think we can
First of all,
maybe.
what do you say, Mono?
Well, it's a very
Skip through dogs. So both bodies were rediscovered.
God! We heard it a second time in the repository when we rediscovered the two bodies.
But Ifumi still wasn't dead, he woke up. Ding dong, a body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
And in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
But he woke up.
So when
Again.
we found Hifumi the
And then
first
blamed
time
Hiro.
in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know!
Oh god, what's she got to say?
Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
I'm worried that whoever voiced her had too much fun.
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is
I hope to God
pointless.
Toko shows up in the future. I'm pretty sure she does show up in future games. There's a game that's like, it's a spin-off that's set between 2 and 3, and she's in that. So she definitely would show up, I'm assuming, in 2 or 3. That's to be proof that shows Ifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. The proof that he was alive, probably the blood in his glass, and the fact that he wiped the blood off. Yeah.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before
My
being
hand's
moved
empty.
and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned,
Shit. It's gonna be her next comment, isn't it?
Well, here's one. The first time we found
Jumped
him,
the
and
gun
then
there.
his body
And the next time, it was in.
But when you compare his body before,
other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable
Aha!
difference.
Here we go. Hit it. There we go.
No, he's wrong. In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
See, I don't know how they're gonna bring up the blood though, because that didn't become evidence.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
At least I'm pretty sure it didn't. The cloth is, but not the fact that there's blood in the freezer for transfusions, which is what I assume he used to cover himself when playing dead.
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found
Unless he
him
really
again
did
later
take
in the
a
repository,
load of a head, but then that wouldn't make sense either. Blunt load of a head is hard to say.
they were spotless.
Then he sweat on him or something.
found the
I don't know whether
evidence
it's
used
sweat or
to
whether it's
wipe
meant to
them
be
clean in the
penis
nurse's office
tease.
trash can. I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot.
This girl was like chubby angel something.
One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles.
Ah, that was it.
From Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
Well, you remembered it better than I did.
I highly doubt
I remember it had
anyone
something
but
to do with
Hifumi would have brought
being
something like
overweight.
this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
Be out here and food.
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
A few tissues
Oh,
is
and
all I
Tokyo.
need to keep my glasses clean.
You shouldn't use tissues, actually. It scratches the lenses. That's why they give you cloths for them. Same with clothes. Clothes aren't a good thing either, because it scratches the lenses.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
I have a cloth I use for my glasses.
So
I
what
also
you're
don't clean them very
saying
often
is-
because I can see through them still.
What exactly?
Some people look at them and don't know how because it's dust on. I'm like, man, my eyes just see through it. It's like they just block them out. It's like how you don't see your nose. Your brain just blocks it out.
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
I also kind of find it hard to think that he would use cloth
Even if that
to
is
clean
true,
blood off his
He
glasses
does
because of
not
how
mean
important
he
it would be
wipes
to him.
the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
True.
That's a good point.
It also depends how blind he is without them. I can see enough without these that if I was to go and have to walk upstairs, I could go without them. I'd just take them off, walk upstairs, and then I could put them back on.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible.
Nice
wouldn't you say?
alliteration.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
Okay, I already know, but it didn't become evidence, so I don't know how we're going to
The
mention it.
fridge in the nurse's office
Oh, she's
contains
just gonna
packs
say.
of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere. But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done. Oh, what an idiot!
Why isn't she in a cage?
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body
Every
is
time
easily
she
explained.
talks, I think like 10 years of my life gets shaved off. Which at this point means I'm probably going to die next week.
It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
The one who moved Taka's body was Hifumi.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to
Love
the
the music.
equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked?
Yes.
Well, after the bodies disappeared...
And then how it ended up
we all went
unlocked and no
looking
one
for it,
noticed. He just had to unlock the door and then go die.
right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means when Hina and Sakura got to the repository,
remember right, no.
someone was already
Hifumi
inside.
isn't on the... No, Hifumi's not right next to, Hiro. So I was going to say, if his room was, then that would also make it pretty easy for him to send a note to him.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, He dragged Taka's body to the repository.
The problem is why, because then he still ended up dead.
So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it. If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
Please do.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact
Is it the
pointing to
note?
his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of
Yes,
Taka's lifeless
probably.
body?
Yeah, Taka probably had the note on, and the reason it was torn because rigor mortis had set in. So when he tried to rip the note out of his hands, it ripped a piece off, and then that's why he stashed it where he did. Yep. Nope. Okay. Okay, wonderful bit.
I got it! You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his
Yes, in his trousers.
pants?
Toko. No.
Yes, his pants.
Okay, well,
What?
forget about the pants for now.
Comically
Take a look at what the
large
note
pants. Huge. You could use them as a parachute. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go. Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said,
1 a.m.
Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec
His was,
room
well,
at
they were
1
both right,
a.m.
I think.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
Taka.
I got it! That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection! I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right?
Yes.
So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy!
Okay, how many people have you given nicknames to? And what is mine?
Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
Yes, very astute of you.
Oh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary, but still, I can't let it get to me. Make your argument. Okay, so none of those.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
No.
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
I don't know about that. Some of those saying what happens to say. Okay. So you're broken this much.
And the person it was must have been Huffy! But remember, what time did it... 6 a.m. The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
No, it's wrong.
There we go.
No, there absolutely is a connection.
Man, this chair is very uncomfortable today.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time
know why
Taka
it's
was
funny.
murdered. You've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that...
Also, there's the fact that I made the connection that we can't mention because
Objections!
about how half the missing note was in Taka's hands, and that's because it was Hifumi trying to take it out of his hands, but with rigor mortis, he couldn't, so it ripped.
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka,
Technically, they did
was
find a way
Hifumi
out. Their way
doing
out just
with it?
involved murder. That's what everyone's been told.
Stuffed down his pants, no less.
Most likely. Hifumi stole it off
So if
Taka's
Hifumi is
corpse
dead,
after
then I
he
guess that
died.
there would be no... There'd be no punish for it, because unless he is alive?
he stole it?
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Okay. Oh, I can jump them. Quick up. Boom.
I got it!
Take that.
When I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece
It's easy to
came
figure
from
out.
is-
I just hold both pieces and they fit together like a jigsaw puzzle.
I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Why didn't you think to do that?
Then Taka's scrap.
Come on. Even Kyoko didn't think to mention that.
Note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from its death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That
Yeah.
means Hifumi knew the note was important.
That might be why he went back to get it and move the body.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive.
Well, I don't know.
Sorry, no.
No, he's dead.
When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The second body discovery announcement proves that.
Okay, so that does mean he definitely is dead. That's what I was wondering. Whether he
then
could have still possibly been
Who
alive.
killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but
And that might have been
before
using
we
the
found
hammer that
both
was
bodies in the
included.
repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Yes, we are on case 3. Dark, welcome.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus.
Who are you calling a walrus?
That's not even an insult.
Anyway, when
But
they were killed,
it's not
bothers
even an
me
insult
too.
in line with what she usually
There's
uses
something that's
to.
been bothering me
call
even
her names.
more.
And what might that be?
How you doing today, Dark?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
It was a hammer.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's
The hammer that
office
was
and equipment
clean.
room, right? So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit
The only
would
thing I don't know
grab
yet
one
is
of
who
the
actually
hammers,
did the killing.
kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
Could have been Hero, but I don't know.
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Case of the one you simp for.
Hell yeah, it's packed in
Nice.
there
Oh,
good
okay.
and tight.
Interesting.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around,
See, I don't know who
those
the
other
killer
rooms-
is yet. We figured out that Hifumi had a part in it. I concluded that earlier.
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
I do.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Neither.
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
The weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi. The whole picture surrounding this case won't become clear until we figure that out. Somehow I have to find the truth. Make your argument. Yes, there we go, spotless hammer.
What was used to kill Hifumi?
No, I'm not gonna shoot that.
Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe
Yes.
Justice Hammer 4?
Yes!
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing
That's
we have
just
to
what-
figure out. How
And
was
he's
the
back to sleep.
culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/.
One thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers. And
This case has the lamest death in my opinion. Well, yeah, they did just get hit with a blunt hammer. It is pretty boring. Or do you mean the death is in the execution when they're killed by Monokuma? So the weapons used to kill both of them was actually similar.
What was used to kill? Was it just me?
Sorry, I need to check whether it was. I got too busy laughing at Toko.
How did nobody witness?
I think that. Oh, no. That's when I hit it. Actually, that was wrong.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it just
shouldn't
me,
have laughed that
Justice
much.
Well, there's one. How was the culprit? How did nobody witness?
Check out murdergear.com.
well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
There we go.
No, it's wrong.
The execution's the lamest one? Okay.
The
Might be
murder
chapter 4 as
weapon
well
wasn't
today,
a
as long as chapter
Justice
4 isn't
Hammer at
too
all.
long.
No, it was something completely different.
But seriously?
Actually, the first
A
two
different
chapters are
weapon?
like 6 hours in a way, so probably not. We'll do chapter 4 on Saturday.
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
But where did they clean it?
And the reason
That's
it
my
had been
only
scrubbed
question.
clean was most likely because it
No,
was
what's
used to commit murder.
Okay. So I just got a message from Sandman about CK3, how he just captured the Byzantine Empire. Except doesn't count because he's been cheating.
If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones.
They did. See, I don't know who's gonna die yet, so that's why I don't know. Leon's, yeah, they made sense as to who they were. Depending on who the killer is, I couldn't figure it out. I do like the... I don't know what the word would be, but the way that they're killed by something that has to do with them. Leon being bludgeoned,
And even some flat
being beaten to
mallet-like
death
ones.
with baseballs, and Mondo. Oh god, how did Mondo even die? He was on a motorcycle in a like a big steel cage that just went around in a circle.
I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used
Force
those
field.
as a basis for their design.
He probably just
If
painted
that's
them.
true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
Which would then also make sense as to how Hifumi helped out. Hifumi might have made the hammers because he is artistic.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used the hammer to kill him.
Whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him. Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him.
What's a really dangerous sport? Sorry, the motorcycle going around in a circle thing in a cage, or
The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
I mean, Hifumi's not the brightest bulb in the drawer. We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but... Cage, did you involve? Yeah. I just think about in the Simpsons movie where Homer Simpson was doing that exact thing. And like, he'd get up to the top and fall down. He did it again and fell down.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule
I feel like it was 10 years ago,
it is simply impossible that two people work
I'm gonna capture
together.
that actually, that seems...
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
No, he makes rule 34 stuff, but he did talk about being artistic. Like he'd make artistic stuff. He just I'm saying he painted the hammers. Like he probably just painted them to look like they say Robo Justice and whatever Hammer, or no, Justice Hammer 1, Justice Hammer 2. Like he probably just painted them to look that way. Because he did mention about how he does create art, and it's not a huge jump from being able to draw things to being able to design, like Hammer, like, yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. I didn't mean like he's a hammer and chisel kind of person, he just painted the hammers.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one, only the one who actually, assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible.
That is.
But that only really, in this case, however, there were two murders.
Gotta grab that. Can you say there's no chance two people work together on this?
Based on the rules that have, even if more than one, only the one who actually assuming the rule holds true, it is
That is.
But that only really applies if there's,
I wanna
in
grab
this
this two
case,
murders
however, there were two murders.
There we go. People at your school run cosplay? Cool. I've never had
based
any
on
of
the
that.
rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is
Closest there was
complicit in
anyone
the
ever did
murder,
cosplay when I was at school was on
only
like
the one
fun
who
runs.
actually carried out the act can
I think we had
graduate
someone dress up
and
as Sailor Moon
survive.
for a fun run.
Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply
There we go.
No, it's wrong. Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally,
Who were they
if
dressed
only
as, do you
one
know?
person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
That makes sense. That might also be the reason why there's only why there's only two murders that they can commit.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka.
Red Hood from Batman? Is that who you mean by Red Hood, or is there a different Red Hood that you're talking about?
They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime.
Sans
disappearing
Mario.
bodies.
Okay. Oh god, you just reminded me of when I did Borderlands 2 with everyone. I don't know if there's any clips of it. I really wish there was. I had a photo, but DD, who I stream with often, he played the character he played. He made him look like Sans because he played the short one. I forget his name. The one who can gun Zerg, where he's got two guns. You could equip him with a skull, and he had a blue outfit, and he looked so much like Sans that we could not take it seriously. Oh, Sans and Mario. Okay, I was thinking like Sans, but with like just as Mario and with like a mustache.
By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him
I
to
just
go along
can't
with
get
their
out of
plan.
my head now the idea of just Sans dressed as Mario. Just God, that's horrible. That's a horrible image and I hate it.
And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice.
Okay.
Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very
I don't know if I
beginning.
want to know what that means.
That's just awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
Oh, you know who it is? Oh, Junko. Lots of people have done Junko. I've seen plenty of people dressed as Junko. I think I went to one event because I was invited to it, and there was someone dressed as Junko. And then there's like those videos online of people dressed as Junko. Sorry. The effort made to convince us that 2 murders were the same, and that was the main characteristic this time. Yoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning, which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Yoko really is amazing, although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing. It's almost like she's in on it. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
Who are you gonna dress as for Halloween? We don't have Halloween here.
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions, and in the end, murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, there's only one person who seems to fit. Oh god, I don't know! I don't know. I don't think it's Hero, he's too stupid. I want to go and like read back on their stuff. Alright, well I have 4 chances I think. Well what, is it all coming back to me again? Hold on. I'm already showing this absolutely no. Okay, so we know it wasn't him. This tragically modified hero who longs to become human again as soon as possible. No, you're still a human for now.
Shoot!
Okay. Just made a mistake. The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions and in the end murdered him. The debates up till now, the way the case is unfolding, when you consider all that... I'm not sure who it was, I'm trying to think. I just thought like, I've got 4 chances, I'll start with him. In the debates up till now, the way the case is unfolding, you consider all that. There's really only one person who seems to fit. Not me. I don't think it's her. It's not me. I don't think she would. I don't know if it's Kyoko, I don't think it's Aoi. Couldn't be her, could it? Me? What are you basing it on? I'd much like to hear your explanation. Think of who can manipulate better.
Shoot!
Byakuya is good at manipulation, maybe. Nope. Oh, I got one more chance.
shoot.
Alright, cool. Well, I failed all that. So it's someone who's dead then, I guess. Maybe. Alright, well we already had this. Yes.
I refuse to give up yet.
I do like the way it gives me an extra chance
Since there
like
were
this.
two...
Oh. Hang on. I go up now since we're 2 minutes at least possible.
Naturally, if only one person can
Risk versus
the payoff for working together. There's no point in being someone's accomplice. However, if there were some potential mutual reward,
You're saying that two people could act as...
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their and based on the case's events. Hifumi would have been the first. They made him carry out the first murder, so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person. Instead, each person killed someone. And it only looked like one person because that a single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then to avoid the no accomplices, which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the...
That's just...
You think so? I can't help but it...
Everyone convinces the truth about himself. It's the main characteristics this time. You must have noticed that pattern from the beginning, which is why she said not to look at this as series connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Celeste.
I understand how an accomplice.
I completely forgot Celeste was involved and was around for this, of course.
Here's my answer. It was Celeste.
So I'm the suspicious individual now, am I?
And yeah, she'd probably be able to convince Hifumi. That makes that makes sense.
Hate this kind of joke.
A joke?
I don't know why I completely forgot that she was in this. That she was in this trial when I was thinking of
So
everyone.
what you are saying then is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him, that I would go within 10 feet of that shit from brains, that lazy, worthless, goddamn idiot!
Where'd your French accent go?
Pardon-moi.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves
Well,
that
if
the
she's
two
a
of
killer,
you
then
were
I
working
imagine.
together.
I mean, maybe if it was to go in line with her, you know, whole aspect of being a gambler, maybe she's crushed to death with dice, giant dice, or lots of mini dice. What it is that only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? Encountering a suspicious individual.
I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo-Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush. The adults are talking now.
Byakuya, I don't know why people like you.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits,
I really
we
don't
can't
know why
help
people
but
like him.
suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
That is how Byakuya acts. I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs. Yes, to basically
We
keep
headed
everyone
to the
from being
second floor
downstairs.
specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the 3rd floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. She did also try to, like, what was it? Slow down everyone, like, you know, reacting by asking stupid questions about, like, wait, what noise should we make if we find the killer? Which did seem to sort of just delay us for no reason. So instead, we headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Yeah. Huh? Well, what was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
It was to get us to divide
This is
into
the
two
fifth time
groups,
we've read that bit of dialogue.
so that we would discover.
No, I didn't
both
think it would be
bodies at
Hero.
the
He's-
same time.
He isn't smart enough to pull anything off like this, I don't think.
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one
Like, I did
who
mention
proposed
how
that we split
it's
up.
not like people who are stupid can't commit crimes and get away with it. I gave an example of one who had a very low IQ and managed to commit many, many murders, but, no, I don't, not for this whole aspect. He does seem to be framed for it. Then why don't we split into two groups? I'll lead the hunting party, that seems much more interesting. Very well, then Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected.
He would. And but that's the thing as well, like, there were clues. I think that's why they chose him. Because the clues were being caught, and, well, being captured, like, having evidence of a photo of him in the outfit, and then being found in the outfit. I think that's why they did it. To try and, it was to frame him, of course, because it'd be believable. He's dumb enough to do that.
And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on.
Yes, very piercing crime. Ah! Oh no, a dead body. Somebody help. She
That
sounds
was
more
to
like
signal Hifumi,
like a
wasn't it?
crow.
It was your way of telling him we're on the third floor. Everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I feel like they could have had her doing a louder scream for that bit of audio. Like, it wasn't very loud. It's not even much of a... I expect more of a blood-curdling, piercing scream, not a caw or what it sounds like.
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
With his Doraemon head. I certainly was not expecting this. I did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered.
To be fair, it looked like he was dead.
You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
That's a bit flimsy. I think most people in that situation would have jumped to the, oh shit, he's dead.
I don't believe it. Everything, the whole thing was one big act.
Makes sense that someone who's the greatest gambler would be able to, you know, lie their way through and
Hina,
not give it
you
away.
were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kind of sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. I don't think I don't know if I have the I have the games. I've got 1, 2, and V3. I don't know if I was going to do Ultra Despair Girls because I don't know how important it is. It also looks quite different. It's not like this style. It's a different sort of genre, I think, of how the game's played. And yeah, I'd have to. I want to see if I can get the anime for it. So how does it work? So like Danganronpa 3's, it is. I know it's canon, but it just looks a bit different. I might have a look at it then. I'll think about it. But yeah, what's with the what do you mean by watch Danganronpa 3 then play Danganronpa 3 V3? So is the Danganronpa 3 anime take place before the V3 game? Is that how it works? Yeah, I was feeling kind of sick.
Wait, then that was
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed.
Yeah, but what I was asking, sorry, Dark, was Danganronpa 3. That's an anime one, isn't it? And that takes place before Danganronpa V3, is it? Because I didn't know that. I thought it was just because I assumed it was just an animated, like, version of the third game.
Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it.
Oh, okay. I would have assumed they were. Well, in that case, I can probably watch 3. I'd have to just watch it on my own. But I could do Ultra Despair Girls as well, on stream.
You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that one little slip-up was your undoing.
How long is Ultra Despair Girls, the game? Like, is it a very long one? Is it like these other ones where it's very long, or is it just a fairly short sort of thing? Because I took a look at it, and it just looked a bit odd. And I thought, like, it's... I know it takes place between 2 and 3, but it looked a little different, so I thought, maybe not. I was more leaning towards maybe not, but if it's fairly short and I can get through it in like 1 or 2 streams, then maybe I'm gonna go.
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
I must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. Watch after you played Spare Girls, because you'll get spoiled for it if you watch 3. Okay, yeah. Alright. Might as well do Ultra Despair Girls, no reason not to. It's not like it's going to affect me to not do it. Sorry, it's not like it's going to affect me to do it. Going to die just like these guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to do Despair Girls till after 2, because I know it's between 2 and V3, so I was going to wait anyway, if I did do it, but I wasn't sure if I was ever going to play it, because it is a very different looking game than these other ones. Like, these ones are more this style, and I think Ultra Despair Girls looked like... I think it was classified as like a shooter or something.
Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed,
Oh,
so Sakura and I left with Makoto.
No reason not to.
Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the 4 of us headed to the nurse's office.
Wait, what? Spare Girls is supposed to Danganronpa 2, between Danganronpa and 2. Does it? I thought it was between 2 and 3. Hang on a second, I'm gonna double check. I'll be back in just a moment. Hey, I'm back. I just took a look at it in the store to see what it said. Let me see exactly what it says here. Ah, you're right, except between the events of 1 and 2. Okay. Huh. You're right. Okay. I thought it was between 2 and 3. I thought it was like a bridge between the second game and the third game. It's between first and second. Oh wait. My mistake. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I don't know if I will or not. Just because it is a spin-off, and just I don't like the. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the style of it as more of a action game. Once for before it was headed.
Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead.
Yeah, no. If I play it, I won't play it before 2. I'd play it between after 2. But that's if I do play it. I don't know if I will.
Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
So we'll see what happens when we get up to it.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Byakuya said that. You gonna play as good as can? Yeah. Like I said, I might. It depends. So I took a look at it and thought the style doesn't really catch me like the style for the other ones, but it depends. If it gets to it and I have nothing else to do, maybe. But there's also that spin-off that's like that's a summer one, which I also have no interest in, just because again it's a spin-off that isn't canon. It's on Xbox, isn't it? Is it on PC? So that's less comments, doesn't make sense. What is he alluding to? The funny thing about that summer one, it's basically sort of more like a dating sim type thing as well, with all the characters in, where you can see the characters as on a beach for swimming or whatever. But I wonder if Sakura's there, because that'd be funny. Make your argument. File number 3. I'm on PS5.
They must really be
But yeah, it's a
enjoying
PS4 version, but yeah, I'm
enjoying
PS5.
the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They
I
must
think
be
so, I don't know which
positively
characters are in
elated.
it, I think most of them are.
We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this.
It's obvious what was so strange about Celeste's comment.
When she said that, she should have only known about Hifumi's death. Never mind, what's so strange about what she said is those guys.
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around. Right? They must be positive. We are all going to die here. We are going to die. Just like those guys died. And that is all.
Nope.
And that's all it takes. What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
I think I need to shoot those guys at the so strange part, I
The
think.
sight of us, they must be. We are all going to die. We are going to die. Just like those guys died.
To that.
And that is all.
And that's all it takes.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
No? Okay. I know what the problem is, I just don't know what I need to shoot and what
All
with.
I said, they must really be enjoying
Can't say the
sight
one.
of us standing around. They must be positively. We are all going to die. We are going to die. Just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes. What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight of us standing around. They must be positive. We are all going to die here. We are going to die. Just like those guys died. Shoot. All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all.
And that's all it takes.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Let's try using so strange on the actual those guys bit to see what
All I
it
said, they must
says.
really be enjoying the sight of us.
that
They
might-
must be.
yeah.
We are all going to die. We are going to
Because
die.
that might actually be it.
Just like those guys.
There we go, that was it. Started speeding it up. When you mentioned that, I thought, yeah, that might be it.
That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, Just like those
Some of those
guys
do
died.
annoy me, because it's like, I know what it wants, what the answer is, but it's getting the right thing to shoot the statement.
When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys?
Good question.
Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
She could have been using guys in the general term to refer to, you know, anyone. Guys can be a unisex term to just generalize for anyone. You can say, hey guys, and you can be talking to men and women. Or referring to men and women.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations.
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took?
It's okay, I don't mind the subtle hints. Subtle ones like that are fine. I just don't want anyone coming out and straight up saying it's this answer.
How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right?
Yeah, it could be.
So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to...
Or Hifumi, the accomplice, was just carrying the whole suit and had it over his shoulders and posed.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit.
We also don't know what time the picture was taken.
Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
We don't.
What could you possibly mean by that?
It could be staged, of course.
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no
I guess I
other
can't really blame them
explanation.
for not reaching the same sort of conclusion quickly. I mean, they are kids and also scared. Other explanations? Well, yeah, staged. What room is it in, actually? If it wasn't a picture of a suspect dragging Fumi away, I think it was in the rec room. The possibility is Fumi's drinking. Ah, yes, underage drinking. I think they're all 16. The only one who can legally drink is Hiro, because he's over 20. Hifumi is dragging the suspect away.
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away.
It's Hifumi taking the passed out Hiro to hide.
I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around.
It's plausible. It looks like from where he's standing, it could be him carrying Hiro in the suit, but it could also look like it's Hiro dragging Hifumi off in the suit.
And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
In Japan, the drinking age is 20. That's why I mentioned how Hiro is the only one who could drink because he's over 20. I think he is actually 21 or 22. But the others are all 16. You know, Japan's drinking age is 20. Where I am, it's 18. Go us. I think Germany's like 16 or something.
Such a thing is utterly impossible.
Not that it would actually stop them from drinking. Drinking laws don't stop people from drinking underage.
Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think
It's
it's
like that old
ridiculous
argument,
at
if you
all.
can't do that, that's illegal.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Celeste thinks she can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. But is that really possible? Make your argument.
dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
No, okay, the one beforehand, I think. The blueprints. It's either the blueprints or the costume itself.
Then you just dreamed you tried to make me
But
look
it would still be upright.
As you can see in the picture, the suspect, the person inside the suit was unconscious.
I'm gonna wait for the
There's no
whole
way.
thing.
But then a fortune tells
No way!
Okay. Yeah, no, of course. That's what I said. I knew people when I was in school. They drank, and these people were not 18. It doesn't stop anything.
Suit after I passed out.
It just means you can't buy it.
Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him.
You tried to make me look like.
Like I said,
I'm gonna shoot
as you can
this
see in the
next
picture,
one.
the suspect is the person inside the suit.
Nope, it's got to be the costume bit then. And it's either one of those two.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out.
Then you just dreamed you tried to make me look
Like I said, as you can see in the picture, if the person inside, there's no way they could stand.
There we go. Okay, what's up? It was one of those two options. Either the blueprints or the costume would basically... I don't know what... I feel like both of them could have worked. The
No.
blueprints and the
Even if
costume
the
would
person
both show
inside the
that
suit were unconscious,
you can't bend
they could
over,
still stand
and the
up
whole
like that.
thing would have you standing up straight even unconscious.
Because that Robo Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
Yeah, the killer is Celeste. Celeste and Hifumi, they both took part in it.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
Celeste convinced Hifumi to pretty much design this costume, I assume, and then, you know, they drew Hiro, they basically brought Hiro out to that place, drugged him, put him in the costume. Hifumi, you know, they took the photo as Hifumi dragged him away, hid him in the locker in the pool, then they did the whole crime. I think that's how it went down.
That was a mistake. I think the suit was designed
Well, I know
from
who
the
killed who,
beginning
though.
to be used the way it was.
Hifumi killed Taka. Celeste killed Hifumi. That's my thought.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing.
And then Hifumi probably used the note to draw Taka out to the place, killed him. That's why he tried to take and hide the note. And probably the reason he was saying Yasuhiro as his last words was he was trying to say he's innocent or something. Find out? Okay.
The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the
then.
suit was to blame.
That's why I'm not a detective nor a lawyer. Someone's grumpy.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Haha, but we're playing checkers. King me.
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate? Celeste? Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem. Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Yeah, I remember he said Yasuhiro, but I feel like he might have been either trying to say that Yasuhiro is innocent, or just because of the fact that, similar to how, well, oh god, the first chick who died basically told us it was Leon. Maybe he was, like, trying to let us know it's all a lie. Hey, Ifumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name. Yasuhiro.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro. In other words, Yasuhiro Hakakure!
Wait, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
But none of us know that.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoko, what do you mean?
I'm wondering where she's actually, what her accent's actually meant to be. I can only assume it's a more country Japanese accent. If you ever want to see the funniest thing, and they do this all the time in dubs for anime, or even when they translate them into English, it's very hard for them to get the nuance between how people sound for the country of Japan, because it doesn't really translate well into English. So whenever they do, they just give them a southern accent, which is always quite funny.
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
I got it! That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
Exactly.
Yeah, you always said Mr.
I know I
Naegi
heard him
and
say
such.
Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
Yeah, look, I mean, I at the same time, if you're dying and they've asked who killed you, are you really going to go out of your way to say their last name, or are you going to say, like, their first name? Like, if I'm being killed by someone, I'd be like, it's Billy! Billy's doing it! It was Billy!
I'm sure it was just incidental.
We don't actually
By
know
chance,
Celeste's
he
surname.
just-
Is her surname really
First
Yasuhiro?
name. Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient
Byakuya
explanation?
channeling me right there whenever she speaks, just shush, silence.
No.
Get in the cage.
There's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of
She doesn't have a surname. Ludenberg. Celestia Ludenberg. Okay.
whoever killed him?
Hang on a minute. Let's go back to this. Yamade Hakure, Aizono Kiri Yasuhina, Fukawa Ogami, Inoshima, Fujisaki. No one there with anything along the lines of Yasuhiro.
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Unless Celeste's real name is that.
No. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name
Celestia
is.
Ludenberg is not real.
What did you just say? To think you take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you?
Is that actually her surname and that's why she doesn't like to go by it?
Well, do I?
Right now you look like a crazy bitch.
What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Celeste still won't give up, so then I have to do something to make her accept it. We just need to make her crack. Say something that trips her up. Ah, havoc, of course, that would actually have her name in it.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste.
Hey, everyone's gotta have
You
one.
haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
How long
I
do
got
you
it upside
plan to
down
go
there.
on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contact me,
No, that's wrong.
These bloody e-handbooks.
That's it. The handbook.
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right?
And it would have a real name, of course.
Monokuma told us all about it.
So I guess it would
before.
also have actual heroes' real names, since Yasuhiro is not even his actual name. This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. It has so many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up.
Well, yeah, if you're in check, you're not meant to give up. That's the whole point. It's checkmate when you give up. That means you've lost. Check just means you need to move the king, or move something into a position where the king's not going to be taken.
Because
Don't you know how to play chess?
Because.
I think she forgot how to use words there.
Until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
She is right about that. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Fine then. Let
I
me
do not
set-
want to know where she puts the scissors.
Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything
Actually,
to
what-
an end.
Actually, alright, so now we're gonna have to put pieces all together. I was gonna say, if it goes back to her, depending on how her hair is, she could like hide it in her hair. Alright, let's see. Alright, Act 1. So this is Hifumi's room. Yeah, I've always rooms. It's weird that they give us bits from other cases, like that's from the second case, and that's from the third case. Sorry, from the first case. So the first bit... maybe be this. Just a piece like there for now. This would be when Hifumi was basically, I guess, blackmailed? Don't know if you'd say that. Act 2. Start with this, perhaps entering. Maybe there. Walking in. So he's been chloroformed, putting him in the suit. This would probably be her taking the photo. That's that photo there. Alright. So we're waiting for him. Okay, no, Justice Hammer 4 was used there. And that's after it had blood on it. No. 6. You know what? I think here is this one, for 1 o'clock. So that's him looking at his watch. He comes in with the hammer. Cues the Beatles, brings the Maxwell Silver Hammer down on his head. That's probably the most likely then. And makes the most sense. So yeah, he brings it down. Kills him. It's this hammer, Justice Hammer 4. Because that's the one that got cleaned. Act 4. We found the picture. And he woke up here. And that was Hammer 2. That was used on him in the library. Nurse's office. He framed himself with all the blood. And that was Hammer 3. It's there. Both bodies were found. Act 6. Him moving the body of the dolly to there. Huge time difference between the first murder then the second. Yeah. Well, Hero was called out at 1 o'clock. That's what they said. That's what he said his was. I'll go back and have a look in a minute. I'm not gonna like put this all through. I'm just putting everything down for now, and then I go back and check. Okay. So he's having his happy little dance, and then the bloody hammer is brought down. Let's take another quick... That's not a hint? Okay. Either way, I'm gonna have another look through. So, this is his room. I don't think that has to do with it. I think it might be that. That's probably when Killer was convincing him. I'm not sure what that phone is. Then 1 o'clock. That's when Hero was called to the rec room. He comes in all like groggy or whatever. They chloroform. I can't see anything else that might be besides this bit of him being groggy and then getting drugged. The only other options are him with a bag and these two, which have nothing to do with this case. And I don't see those chips having anything to do with it. They dress him up, take the photo, or get the camera ready, take the photo of him there. Act 3, just around 6... Yeah, just a bit after 6, Taka's there. He comes in with the hammer, brings the hammer down on him, kills him, hammer's covered in blood. Act 4, we find the picture that Celeste had. We find him there due to Justice Hammer 2, take him to the nurse's office. He, covers himself in blood and has Justice Hammer 3, pretends that he was hit with that and killed by that one. They find him dead, air quotes, and Taka's body actually dead at the same time. Act 6, he gets up, hides Taka's body, carries it away, puts it there. The killer comes in, he's all happy because he's helped her out because he's an idiot and was easily manipulated. Then he gets murdered by the real one. I think that's right.
The killer is you! Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was...
I got everything right. Cool.
Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes.
That one didn't feel as hard as Act 2, Act 2. Chapter 2's one. Chapter 2's one was a bit difficult to piece everything together.
In the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up
well, yes, Hifumi is, but yeah. I mean, to be fair to Celeste as well, to be fair to Hifumi, Celeste is an excellent manipulator. She is a gambler after all, she's good at being able to trick people. That's what a whole poker face is.
Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro.
That's normal. There's lots of people like that. Usually people who have a bit of a preference for one or the other.
When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker.
And I don't
finally,
judge, don't worry.
At 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of
People
their
can be
plan.
whatever they are. Doesn't affect me. There's no reason they can't be how they are.
They called Taka to the equipment room.
Maxwell Silver Hammer came down upon his face.
And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer
Good God,
4,
his ankles
which
look
was
so
left
tiny
in the
there. I
equipment
don't know how they support his weight.
The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes.
Actually, his legs are so tiny as well there.
So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can't think of anyone in this. Does Chihiro count?
For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims to solidify Robo Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these two incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap
Justice. I'll sue
and
for
started
Robo
looking for the
Justice.
suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3.
I love that little image of him spinning around, spraying blood out of an IV bag.
And turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered.
Just doing the whole pills of alive bit.
Draw us back. And when we returned, that's what we found.
I don't mind Toko. Toko makes me laugh. And Hifumi I don't like just because he's the worst. He's the worst parts of anime fans all rolled into one. Toko just makes me laugh though. Like her character is, at the same time as I say every time she speaks takes 10 years off my life. It does make me laugh. She's highly entertaining.
The other group that had
namely
been
in
out
her
searching found
genocide
Taka's body
dual
at the
form.
same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office.
The stutter is gone? Okay. Well, that's good then, because yeah, stutter is, I think in that case it might be because, actually I don't know, I shouldn't say.
And once again,
Actually, a character I like more than I thought I might have, Sakura. Sakura is a really friendly person. Like, she seems frightening because she's huge and like a very strong person and got scars on her. She seems like a very nice person. She seems like super friendly to everyone. Especially with Chihiro, like the way she was like, Chihiro, wanna join us? You wanna get stronger? You can join us for all that. She seems like a cuddly bear almost. That's cool. I want to see her in 2. I hope she's there to see the difference with her. And this fucking Doraemon hair. If you don't know why I keep saying it with Hifumi, look up Doraemon and see why.
Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository.
It's also weird because Doraemon doesn't even have that spike on his head, but for some reason in my brain he does. What the fuck do I think that?
That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
Ooh, flowers and roses and such. What is with this transition to...
Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
Complete.
Lost?
Well... It's not that weird. There are people, there's a whole people who are into that sort of thing.
I lost? When
It's like
was
a lot of
the
people
last
are into
time
characters
I
like a
was
Stonefoot.
forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg.
Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
She's dropped the accent.
Keiko?
So, you finally
Very
accept-
plain name, Taiko.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Wow, she sounds extremely different. The alter ego version? Probably because the alter ego version calls him Master.
Interesting.
And Hifumi is, and also, it's a 2D version of Chihiro. Maybe that's the other reason why. I got an A rank still, not bad. Money!
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin.
Wow, she sounds very different without her accent.
Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
I prefer her without the accent.
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote. Okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Yay, voting. Why does it have the options for people who are already dead on there? It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you're totally correct. The blackened this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was... you're not being a hypocrite at all. You're asking questions which are... that's not hypocritical. Celestia Ludenborg, or more precisely, Taiko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. He probably just said, I'll show you my underwear or something. I'm sure she relied on her specialty, lying. And then he was immediately like, I'll do whatever you say. Kill? Sure, that'll work. My specialty? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then...
Then did you use, you know? I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her. Oh! Chihiro. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but... it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Does she mean... is she talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What? What? What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt, we're in the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad. Aw, poor Monokuma.
In other words...
And you're the one that stole it.
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Him, gotta respect pronouns. Yeah, they do go back and forth between all Chihiro. I don't know whether Chihiro would prefer to be known as a male or female. So it's very hard to be respectful. I have tried to with Chihiro, but I don't know which they would actually go by more. I think they've usually said him for Chihiro. I don't know what Chihiros are. They've usually since they found out Chihiro was actually male, they've used him more often when talking about him, but I don't know. I've used a bit of both. They could be both. There are people who use both. Yeah, some people do that. Oh, what are you doing here?
Actually,
I was hoping I could talk to you alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it.
What?
What?
are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it.
What?
So then...
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the picture as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
Yeah, so it was him. But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct, which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
What?
As for me...
Please forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh,
He did?
As for me...
He came to my room last night, unannounced, and then... It's hard for me to even say. He abused me.
what?
What? And he took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. Get into Taka's room? She just unlocked it probably. I mean, it might not have been locked. So I had no choice. That's a crime. An absolute crime. I mean, I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but... I never imagined he would go that far. Hifumi did not question as to how Taka took these pictures, apparently. You know, when he doesn't have a camera. It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. So you enjoy manipulating people, do you? Yeah, well, you know, well, she is also a master manipulator. That's the whole point of her. She's good at manipulating people and tricking them. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him.
Most unfortunate.
Wait, please, if you go now, you'll be playing right into his hands. Huh?
Actually...
Taka is planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Taka is going to try to kill you. What?
Indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself. That bastard! Bastard!
Honestly.
Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts? Absolutely not. How could I? She...
I swear!
I have to save her! This is one of those points. So he's saying her for Chihiro there, but then others have said him. That's why I don't know which is which. This also came out 2010. I don't know if all that stuff was as commonplace to the point where there were people trying to be more polite with it. Celeste and Hifumi are the same main ones who say her. Yes. Taka just cares about Chihiro more because of the whole aspect with Mondo. And the others all say him.
Actually...
Then, would you like to join with me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan. Huh? I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even a love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
Indeed.
Yeah, he was a real pain in the butt too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that. But it's my fault for picking him in the first place. Oh no, Dream Specialist on the spectrum of Haze. What does that mean? Sorry, if I actually don't know what that means.
But...
So why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Why not? Because you're stupid. That's it. Exactly, it's believable. And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Like, Hero made sense to frame. He's dumb enough to leave all the clues behind that they left behind. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. I feel like I could cry.
Well,
Oh! Is that what that is? Okay, I actually did not know that. But when you were explaining your plans to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you had actually let him live? He didn't know and he didn't care. That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. Okay. And he really believed that? Well, of course. That wasn't... Well, of course, that wasn't all there was to it. As I explained it to Hifumi, the plan was... While you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At this point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. It all seems very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
So you had planned to kill him all along. But of course. There would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself. I wonder, did she say what her real name was to him, knowing that he might, if he lived, try to say Yasuhiro, and then they would immediately point the blame on Hiro, possibly ignoring the way that he always calls people by their surnames? Or did that just happen to be a massive coincidence?
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then, what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. You might have seen that. That's also probably more likely. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape. But all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here. Again, another lie.
You little bitch!
Can I get that audio just to play whenever someone follows? Obviously that was a lie. Yeah?
Hey!
She probably already has millions. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I do imagine she has a lot of money. Go. I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here.
You little bitch!
I wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. And you want to know why? Huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. And accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing. Alright, Kaiji.
As for me...
And it was all for that dream. And what was this dream of yours?
Isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. A castle? Okay. And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers/bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Right. Well, if they go to this school, well, the whole point with Hope's Peak was that anyone who went there and graduated was set for life. Like, they became the ultra elite, the best of the best, anything they could aspire to. That was the whole thing they said about Hope's Peak. Like, their graduates were the cream of the crop. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence. Yes, I see what you meant by that now. I mean, just this particular image of this person there. I can only assume. I don't know what he's doing. I'm assuming he's putting her shoes on her, but could be something else.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. Click L1? Oh, I see. I didn't even think of that. A bit late now. I didn't know you could click L1, it would take away that. I got right to the edge, but...
There is nothing to be done.
Unfortunately, my dream has been scattered to the wind. I didn't know L1 would take away the text box. Oh, and R1 puts on auto. I don't know anyone who uses auto text box. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end. So why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Yeah, it is the same button. It's L1. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? I'm actually glad she's not. My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. Oh, she's terrified, isn't she? It's not just other people. I can even form my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Marie Antoinette. Why? She was murdered.
Hey,
You just get executed again. That's what I'm thinking. Like, is her execution going to be a guillotine because she likes to be French? Celeste smiled then, and when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could feel her own feelings, but that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak, fake smile is what betrayed her. Marie Antoinette, she was, she's the one who was accredited with the line, "Let them eat cake" during the French Revolution. She didn't actually say that, someone else did. But, yeah, she was one of the people during the French Revolution. The one who was, I believe she was married to the Louis, King Louis. And yeah, she was killed, like most of the people during the French Revolution. Gotta love the French Revolution. Kill the king! The king's dead. Kill everyone else! Sounds good.
Thrills, chills, kills!
You all done? Okay then, let's get rolling. The blackened disturb the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For her, the ultimate gambler.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Don't worry, most places don't really do much teaching about the French Revolution because it's very confusing, and there's a lot of shit that happened during it, and it went for a very long time. Like, it didn't end when they killed the king. It went for several years after, and there was all sorts of other events that happened there as well, including, as my friend Sam likes to often talk about, the Enlightenment, which he likes to blame every single little thing on.
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this.
Oh,
What?
this is...
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then, take care, everyone.
Yeah, my only knowledge of the French Revolution pretty much goes up to when King Louis was executed.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
And Robespierre
In
kind
another
of
life.
took over as the power player in France for a bit. That's pretty much as far as I know. There's a lot of stuff that happened after that, but I don't really know any of that. Alright, let's see how this goes down. Celeste has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Is she being burnt at the stake? She is. Okay. That is a bit odd. The burning of the Versailles witch, okay. I think a guillotine would have been more appropriate for the whole French aspect of her. Because the French were the only people who burnt witches at the stake. The Germans did as well, I believe. And she's not actually French, she just pretends to be. Okay, now there's a fire engine. Oh! That's just stupid. What was the point of that? Why set up the whole pyre and burning if then you're just going to have a fire engine ram into her? That one, I feel like they could have done more with that. That fits into the whole either French aspect or the gambling bit of her character. Like that seems a bit lazy. You know, have her drown in a bunch of poker chips, or dice, or have a giant roulette board and have her strapped into it and spin her around till, again, centrifugal force. It's over. The third execution is over. Celeste's death is over. I feel like they actually had a lot of trouble coming up with her death. I think they probably figured out, this is just my thought, the developers and writers might have planned for her to be the third killer and might have worked out how she was going to do it, but they might not have been able to come up with a way to have her execution fit with, you know, her, so they just went with Versailles Witch, burn, and then fire truck. Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. And for him to just come along and... Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and so more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
Jeez, and here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
What do I care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. Perhaps they might have, yeah. Oh, I missed the last line, sorry. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is, but that reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us? God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So, anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key-type object from Celeste?
Hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh.
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh.
Wow, oh man, oh jeez, oh man, oh jeez, what do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean?
Hello.
Okay, things are getting kinda awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here.
Well,
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
see ya later.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she is. My thoughts still might be that she's like, you know, an ultimate detective or something, 'cause she clearly knows what... She has a knowledge of investigations. Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although, it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. We have the plans to the Death Star! Hey, Kyoko, Monokuma already mentioned it, but... What's that key that Celeste gave you? It's to the locker where Alter Ego is.
so...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers. Huh? What? Then that means... Celeste probably hid it there. I love Monokuma. I want a plush of Monokuma. Put it with the others. I mean, the only other one I've got is a Nurgling. I want to get a Moogle.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey,
I'm going to go in alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone? Well, it'd be suspicious if we all went.
so...
Do you even have to ask? There's a Celeste body pillow? Of course there is. There's body pillows of everyone. As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
Well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo!
I'm gonna go to the dining hall, okay? Huh? So Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Ah, she's blushing. Ah, does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. Unsuspecting character? Okay. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Well, shall we? I have two theories on who it could be. Yeah. Because Kyoko's too
So,
obvious, that's why I don't think it's her. It's too obvious, you're meant to suspect her. So that's why I don't think it is her. We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw... nothing.
You're really close.
Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's night. It's safe, thank goodness. I'd never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. People Shapina with? I don't know. My first thought that came to mind would maybe with Sakura because they get along the most. I didn't say a word, I stayed quiet the entire time. Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon, maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please just wait a while longer. So now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but can we take a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school? Hang on a second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, someone at my door. Oh, how's it been? Very well. I'm sure there's one for all sorts of characters. Most Rule 34 works that way. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know. That just makes me even more worried.
What?
Worried? Like, what happened during the investigation this time? You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation, I imagine most people with Makoto and this lady, Kyoko here, would be what they would do. When you do that...
Indeed.
It's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No! I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. I can't get over it. Her hair and her skin are the exact same color. It's very odd. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. Believe in the me that believes in you. I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then...
That's fine.
Fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. Yeah, the skin and the hair, they're the same colour. Like, if you look here, they, like, almost blend in. You see, what I heard from Kyoko then was, well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. She looks white, yeah, but she's white, but her hair is the same colour. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. And when it did, I went into action. Okay.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. It is purple, but it also... I don't know. It's purple, but it also looks very pale. And in the storage closet there, maybe I'm colorblind, I don't know it. Way in the back. She said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but could Kyoko really be right about this? It is nighttime. Alright. Oh, we're already on the second floor, are we? Oh. So we are. Okay. They just put me right in front of the room. Back here? It's just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. It's very small. The secret Kyoko told me about, could it really be hidden here? Oh, you mean this wall that looks like a door? She said it was way in the back of the storage closet. Alright, see ya, Dark. But I mean seriously, without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet. And suddenly, as if I were being yanked in, gashunk. At the same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. Actually, before anything, I should do a safety save, since we are past the trial now. No, I don't. I've got Twitter, which is linked within my, on my, Twitch, and that's where I usually put up notifications for when I've gone live. I had fallen through the back of the storage closet, but I understand people hate Twitter. Huh? It turned out, the back wall was like a revolving door, and I'd made my way to the other side. Just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the second floor, there's a storage closet. And way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. But what's in here? We got a desk and a thing. It's just a normal desk with normal drawers. But look in the drawers, there might be something in the drawers. Never mind. What do we got here? There's a bunch of files and it looks like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. I'm not a fan of TikTok personally. I wouldn't even know what to do on there. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope Speak Academy Student Registry. This is the only thing in here not covered in dust. Has someone been looking at it recently? I slipped the file into my hand, but before I had a chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out. Alright, see ya. Now I turned my attention to it. What's this? You must not leave. That's kind of weird. I could understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave? What is this? My head feels funny. This strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words. You must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before, but I can't quite remember. I think it was one of the classrooms? What do I know? What don't I know? I... A strange sound rang out through my head. It felt like it was shaking my brain back and forth. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Ow. Apparently something hit me and I lost consciousness. That's all I understood. The dull, throbbing pain in my head proved that much at least. And all the files are gone. An empty bookshelf. Huh? Empty? Gone. It's all gone! The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. We just see Kyoko the next day and she's like pissed off at me. You went there and you got followed. God damn it, Makoto. It's all gone? What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. The insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room, get some rest. Maybe go see Kyoko and let her know, hey Kyoko, I may have fucked up. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back toward my room. Somehow I made it back to the first floor of the school. Yeah. The farther I walked, the more I felt. Things are getting blurry. Can't see in front of me. I couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that... As if from a vast distance I heard a sound. It was faint, but undeniable. That sound... It's coming from the gym? As I desperately hauled my shaky frame towards the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. What's going on? It can't be nothing. Here in the gym? Just vigorous gymnastics. I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. The sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Oh! What was that? Before me there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No, one side's not human, that's for sure, but... One side's not human, the other side a bear. Regardless, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move or even breathe.
Why, you... What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
So Sakura was... I suspected it might have been either Sakura or Hiro who were the one who was working for Monokuma, or the mastermind. Hiro because, you know, he doesn't seem likely as the idiot, and then Sakura just because she also doesn't seem likely.
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay. But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? A hostage? Then, could it be... The mastermind spy is... Chapter 3. The Next Generation Legend. Stand tall, Galactic Hero. The end. 7 surviving students. And there's that One Piece font. I received the Super Robo Justice present. Yes, I do want to save. Yes. Alright. menu, and that's where we will end for today. So I don't know what this is. Events. Oh yeah, I could go to that one probably, that where is it? Oh. History photo 1. Oh. I'm guessing there's something there that either I missed or you can't see. Yep, who knows. Anyway. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, that is going to be all for today. I will be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy VII, and we will have some more of this on Saturday. So, thanks for watching, hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you all next time.